still introduce you.
Yeah, we can't get the
Song?
song, but I'm going to sing it.
You want me to try?
I don't come up.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Candice McGuinness, and I welcome you to the second day of Batchelor Institute's Land, Language and Learning Journey Symposium. I am the Master of Ceremony for today's event. I would like to begin by paying my respects to the traditional custodians of the land on which we are gathered today, the Kanarakan and Warai people. We are honoured the traditional guardians and their cultures and their elders of yesterday and today. I pay tribute to the traditional guardians of the land, the sea and the waters and the communities throughout Australia where we live and work. May their ancestors always be commemorated and honoured. May their elders listen to and respect them, and may all members be treated with dignity and respect today and in the future. Firstly, a bit of housekeeping. In event of an emergency or a fire, please follow all fire wardens' instructions and gather in the car park at the front of the library. The toilets are just behind the door, where there are women's and men's, and on the other side there are disabled toilets as well. Can all phones be switched off or put on silent while we're doing the event during the day? A unique Bachelor event. We had powerful reflections from formal staff and students. We had deep explorations of First Nations language movements and use. For the ladies from yesterday from Alice Springs, Puram, yeah. Women showing us the way of the future to save severely endangered languages. There was a moment of peace building meets ancestors, Greeks, and so many examples of where old ways meet modern ways. Today we go further into our deep dive into land, language and learning journeys. I would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Joyce Bonar, who will be presenting a paper on the impact of Batchelor Institute's Language and Linguistics program and honouring the work of Jeannie Bell.
Good morning. It's an honour to be here to present this presentation. First of all, I'd like to honour the Kanarakan and Narai traditional owners of where I'm speaking today. My presentation is about language revival, reclamation and the maintenance, and this is dedicated to Jeannie Bell. I will do a song in language, and it's a representation of how song is filtering out on our beautiful waterways, our country, and this is called Mundai Mundai Yiran, Beautiful Woman. Gumaram Napang Jajigan Yeben Gamigan Gam Gayin Gam Gayin Gam Gayin Nali Anka Gumaram Nabang Jajigan Yaban Gamigan Gam Gayin Gam Gayin Gam Gayin Nali Anka. Because of her, because of her, because of her, we can. Oh, thank you. As said before, this is dedicated to Yabin, Yabin means big sister, Jeannie Bell. So Jeannie's a remarkable woman. She's a trailblazer for our communities, where language learning, and it's about teaching that commenced right back in 1980. And still to this day, it is how we write songs, we do plays, we do many activities through the media productions, we record, and we do a lot of song and dance. So with our wisdom holders, you know, we sit down and yarn to our elders. So with these knowledge and these stories, this song was represented as part of our grandmothers, which was the Gumaram, our mothers, which is the Nabang, our Jajigans, which is daughters, and also our Yabin, which is big sisters, and Gamigan is our young baby sisters. And it's because of this continued legacy, we have the right to practice because we weren't allowed to speak language. So with coming here to Batchelor, it opened up so many doors and pathways, and this journey is a way of bringing community, bringing mob, and most importantly our little gundus so that they get to hear language too. And it's to encourage how Jeannie used to come and visit community. She always came in, checked in, how you going, sis, you right? I said, yes. So she was like a mentor to me, academically. So the next one is language revival, and this is about song and dance now. So this one, it's called Yabin Gamigan, and this is where our young people, they commence the language journey. And I call this Yanga, Baranga, Barangam, which means look, listen, learn and know. So when we went to, so these students here are my preps, and they went all up to learn language when they were still at senior level, grade 12. So this pathway was an opportunity for our students to listen to stories from sitting and yarning with our Batchelor elders. They showcased their songs, they wrote down, and they wrote down the storylines, because we didn't have our song and dance. It was taken away. So it was up to them to bring it back to life. So they composed it, and then they translated it to the song. And this way is where they had to actually present it to the elders, because the elders had to see if they need to do anything, fix anything up, and they were the ones that were endorsed through the song and dance. So with their elders, you know, they made them feel emotionally proud. You see the first, this is my daughter Cassandra. She studied down in Adelaide at Chasm, but now she's doing medicine here at Batchelor. So we have Shania, Ashley, Sion. Sion has also got connections to Torres Strait. Then you have Isabel, Leilani, and Kanami, Daishal, and way at the back is one of our female rangers. So this picture here is women's area. It's the pinnacles. So only women are allowed to go there. Pathways, which creates and captures the importance through place and time, and how these senses, they relate to your relationships and the boundaries where connection and that basis of systems that belonged to their own individual learning journey, their spiritual journey. And it's a journey in a direction where their footprints begin, and where the journey, it makes them to take control. So this lesson plan, you see it, it's standard Australian English. It's, you know, this is what, you know, curriculum is all about, the pedagogy of all, you know, the learning, how we, you know, how our children are learning. So you have to go through what's the objectives, the sequence, the outcomes, what you're trying to embed as part of a classroom structure. You have to look at what actual media productions. I took a lot of our storybooks that I wrote. I also wrote with Jeannie Bell, our next section. And then we have DVDs of, you know, how they listen to the sound of music. So you only take them into classrooms, but the only thing about that is that if you don't have any, you know, you're not a qualified teacher, this is where it makes it very difficult for you to take control of a classroom, because there's behaviours that you've got to think about in all classrooms. So for us, we have elders, and elders are where they show respect. They say one word, they listen just like that, because it's a different setting, which our, you know, Gundus, our children are not aware of. So this next one, slide. So this is part of what, all the stuff what Jeannie done. So we took it as doing media. We were doing like touch screens. So we were doing an introduction, and how that introduction was about describing languages and how it fits. You know, how it's so different from standard Australian English. She had English sentences there for us to capture how we spoke, you know, our agent or our subject, and always with our languages, our verbs are always at the end. So now I'm twisting everything around now, because I've been doing just from English. I said, no, I'm going to get our children to talk the way language is supposed to be spoken. So which is a big job, but they're getting used to it, where I would have said, see you later, na yinbana. I was switching it around. Yinbana na, later I see you. That's how our Bob spoke. Next one, please. And then this is all about the phonology. So this is also where, you know, we have little tabs on the end. So if we click, it's all touchscreen. So if we click all the vowels, how the vowels and the consonants and the, you know, the symbols for each one. So it's a way that they can hear and listen to sounds. So we have a grit sound. So when I say nara, that means hello. Nara. Yeah, so we have that drt sound. So we roll the tongue and the drt sound comes through. And see how we have English. So we're just trying to, the consonant and what it's abbreviated to, how it sounds. Thank you, next one. And this is the morphology of words. So this is the order of words. So doing a lot of this is also about learning about our suffixes, our affixes, and how we have possessions, how we talk. You know, this is all done in that nominal sound, the way that, I think Jan up there, well that means, that's the man, that's the gender, we say Jan for man. Yirin, we say woman. So female woman, we could say Yabin Jan or Yurin. So we always make sure that we have things like when we say, if we make up a song about the sunset, Cassie wrote a beautiful song called Dirim Garim. So that's where she's focusing the children with their footprints on country, ocean, so they get the gist of how language and the walking through country is special. It's still continued, it's practice. So we're trying to, this is all part of this classroom to add on country. Thank you. They also learn about what I was just speaking about, the sentence construction. If you see there's an example there. This is what Jeannie also has. What I said before, the subject, the object, and how it, with the, see the speak, the verb's always at the end. It's good for them. So they go out on country and they'll take photos of animals. So if they might see a bird, we say dippy, or bird in sky, dangulum is fly. So they do those little things to get this sentence construction, so they get an understanding, but it makes it very difficult when you're learning language, but then you go into the classroom setting. So this is where it's making it, you know, I think this morning there was an Applin test about how our children are way back. So for us, classroom, look at all the things, even with, we take non-Indigenous students, they prefer going on country, listening to country, you know, learning history. We've got to start doing truth-telling. Truth-telling is not being told. So if you look at some of these, there's sentence constructions and how those translations. So with this one, it's talking about a possum. It's a little possum in a tree, eating leaves and eating. Well, we say it at the end. So that's about, they're learning all this about sentence constructions, but we start off very small and then they build up their vocab and then they build up their grammar, then they speech and phonology. All this is part of their own individual learning. The next one is about abbreviations. So they all learn all this. I said, if you want to, what do you want to do? Do you want to become, do you want to go and learn, or do you want to become a linguist and continue this journey to teach the next generation? Because that's what it's all about. So they learn all about this, the abbreviation and definitions. So we need them to, why would you use that, that abbreviation, and what does it mean? Is it a noun? So they learn about nouns, pronouns, adjectives, and then they get to do, Master Apprentice is another one. They get to do a lot of that, know English. So that a lot of the little fellas, so they sit around, we have tutors there that teach them. And that's a really, really excellent program, that our young ones can learn. Next one. So this is something of, our ancient languages. They do portray who we are, what we stand for, and where we come. It's that understanding, our engaging, and it's about us educating our next generation, because we had the past, we're in the present, but we have to always think about the future. Who's going to be there to carry on the existence, what it represents, our identity, our values, our struggles, our strengths. You know, we can turn it all around. How important is that for the younger generation? So this part is about journeying, and this is where, you know, the language learning journey, when I came here to Batchelor, seeking, creating that beautiful pathway. You know, I learnt mainstream, but something's missing. I didn't even know, you know, I had a language. The first time I heard my mother sing was a lullaby, and it was a beautiful echoing sound that filtered country. I said, Mum, what's that song? That's a lullaby. But she sang it, and she had a little bit of English and she had a little bit of language, which was beautiful. But that's a tool I implement. That's a tool I think it's very crucial that we research history. If we don't know, we go away, we come back, but always sit with elders, because all our elders, they have that oral history. They are our knowledge holders. This pathway and this beautiful journey that I've always, you know, I think it's about change. So all of our beautiful language students, they now, like Ashley and Jade, Jade's a scientist, she's doing her PhD. Ashley works in the child protection space, but they're still continuing, making sure that language is never forgotten. So they take the time to do, you know, afternoon classes, what I did. For 3, you know, I had to pick them up after school. So that went on for three times a week. We had buses back then. When we had the old CDP program, the Community Development Employment Program, and this is where they learnt. So little fellas that didn't babies come because they were there with mothers and grannies sitting and learning. So the most empowering part of my language journey is to watch and hear melody. Singing to me is beautiful. It's the traditional language. You know, it's where my heart belongs to music. It's for country. So when I sing, I could be singing in my workplace and all of a sudden I'll go out, oh, this is new. But it's all the beautiful elements that I'm in. It's them ancestors. They're teaching me. Sing songs, sing. So the last bit is where I presented over in United Nations. So this was in Paris. So over 30 years I've been doing this, and there's people before me that have been doing this for a long, long time, and that included my yubbin. So this is at the national level and the international. So this is about preserving, revitalising and promoting our First Nation voices across many cultures that are here. So coming here as part of the directions group where we had 13, I think Shania, is she here? She's been there with us, you know. It's good to see these young people. So that was part of our directions group. And we worked in partnership with the Australian government, and that was called Voices of Country. So this is part of the National Action Plan, and it's part of our languages, our Indigenous languages, from 2022 to 2032. So as part of this legacy, it was about me engaging, but when you sit around with the mob at the table, everything you carry with you to present. So I was learning, you know, from up north, south, east, west, everything I take it with me. A bundle of rights, I could say, for me. So in saying that, I'd just like to inspire you to go back to community, because this is a language lesson. It's continuing. It's filtering our lakes, our creeks, our streams, our rivers, our sea country. And also, we want to become speakers of country. And look at our constellations, the stories that are in the skies up there. You know, we have stories of our diamond scale mullets. It's about now the gurrinj, the emu that sits up there. Diamond scale mullets, they're running in the waterways. So all these, you know, Batchelor little language students, they know this. And then we can make up a song about that. And I said, good, go for it. I want their minds to be free. I want them to be strong leaders, So, in saying that, I'd just like to thank you for listening. Yen Galangor, Nai, your way. Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Kathy McMahon, Yome Yurapingu, and Leon White, who will be doing a paper on From the Old to the Renewed.
Ngurungum ngaro buku wikam wanga wadang min kongra kan ka warai yolong jena ko ngayoy madal jil na gadapton ka bolo buku wikam na malin banan ma rali ngarongan tet ngana bo buku manapan min jena ko symposium go. My name is Professor Yelme Yunupingo. I am an alumnus of Batchelor College. I want to begin my teaching education journey on RATE Remote Area Teacher Education Program. 1976, on-site teacher education assistant. On-site was the first teacher education program that I was in, and many others. And out of that program, on-site program, 2 graduated, which was me and Miss Nguruwutun. And later on, in 1988, the name was changed to RATE, which was RATE Remote Area Teacher Education. I went for my assistant teacher grade 2 certificate. And that was also a community-based program. And we also came in, us and all the other teachers that was enrolled in this RATE program came together to Batchelor College, and we had intensive workshop for 2 weeks, and then went back. In 1990, stage 3 RATE, I went for associate diploma in teaching Aboriginal schools, grade 3 certificate. 1997, stage 4 diploma in teaching. Most of my teacher education was all done and completed at community level. It was because the elders' inspiration and their wishes to study in the community. When I did my diploma in teaching, this course was equivalent a 3-year trained teacher qualification. In 2009, I enrolled myself in a new course called ITUP. This was proposed and supported by Department of Education NT and Teacher Registration Board. I had to step down at that time because at the same time I was looking after my husband, living in Darwin, and because it was too hard for me to study and look after my husband, so I stepped down. After coming back home from Darwin in 2013, my husband passed away. I got a position at Yirrkala School as a teacher linguist in a bilingual school. In 2016, I was told that I had finished most of my units from ITUP program, and I continued to finish my course through Charlestown University. I now hold Bachelor of Education in Teaching and Learning. Why was rate important to me? Because, one, we had a child language development study, how a young child developed growing up and learning languages when they're growing. We studied their languages as they're growing and what languages they used, and that was through Deakin University with Helen Varon. Not the metaphor. Cycad palms and nuts. I know there's lots of cycad palms around here. It's a very important plant. It belongs to Yiricha moiety. We have 2 moieties, Dua and Yiricha. And Ngatu is very sacred to them, very important. But when the nut comes once a year, the woman would collect them and make a bread out of it. And there are processes that's in the ngatu that we do. We have to deliver, we have to prepare very importantly. Yeah? How to process, how to put the ngatu in the water, how long the ngatu should to leach the poison out. And it's just the way that we use that metaphor in the school, because it also talks about the people that works with us. Because in that ngatu is very poisonous, and when we leach the ngatu, the poison comes out. I've got a piece of paper here that we once did this together. One is written in Wanguri, which is the clan that sings to this ngatu and dance to this ngatu. And one of the students that was in the group or studying with us was a Wanguri person. And there's another one that's done in English, and the last one is curriculum process. So I'll just read you one part, the top one. 띵구요 다옹아로 와라미 완구림으로 나 망알망아로 바잉 궁으로 바잉 바윤 날비야 난바익 망오이티 띵고 English, gathering food and carrying to one place on their head. Curriculum process, gathering opinions and thoughts of all involved in the task or project. Putting the ideas and opinions into a form that can be carried by writing notes of what people have said. I don't want to read them all down in case I'm taking up all Leon's and Kathy's time. Yeah. Garma. Garma is the two water meeting together. Water from the land, water from the sea. And with this name, it's very important, but it's also not just my community that uses this name, but there's other communities that also uses this name too. So it's very important. Garma is when my husband did a course through Deakin University. This is what he came up with. He wanted to talk about the two waters meeting together, water from the land and water from the sea, and how they come together and become brackish water. Meeting Yolngu and Balanda meeting together and working together. That's what it means. So anyway, we worked on this Garma maths. One day we went to Batchelor College. We presented this Garma maths at Batchelor to other teachers. We were told not to use this name because it's very important. Because other people saw it was important because they used it well. But there was a little bit of disagreement on it because what we were telling them that we closely worked with elders. This was not our ideas. That this is not what we do back home when we learning there to become a teacher. This is what we told them, that we don't do it on our own because in our school motto it says always together yakakana. Work together, never alone, because we all work together. Anyway, that was in the past. That's one of the things that happened here. Working with elders with all their wisdom, they are our resources and knowledge holders and teachers as well. Garma maths is another idea that came out of that. Garma maths is looking at maths through the eyes of Yolngu. Whatever we see in the land, it's a bit like when we look at the tree. Room too. Gauta is the same as Garma maths. And we also teach them Jalkri and Kuruto. Jalkri is our foundation. Literally means foot, or feet, or footsteps, or footmark. But it also talks about the foundation, the land itself. and Gurudom, kinship system. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
Leon's been giving me looks across the room for the last 40 years because he couldn't find anything on there because Yalmay does her thing. If we could have the next one, Leon is going now, what is on your PowerPoint is there.
Thank you. I'm sorry my voice is a bit stuffed though. It might be from trying to avoid football related discussions. But the important question that came up on one of those visits by our Stage 2 rate students over here in '88, some very gracious Batchelor staff were over the top in talking about being remote and welcoming us here. And one of the students, Bumberpoy, who was a graduate eventually as a trained teacher, said, hold on, we're not remote, you're the ones that are remote from us. And she maintained that through her work as a teacher. The great thing about the work that Batchelor has done in remote is it has enabled many women to become trained teachers by being able to locate their training in their community, and it means that they're able to be the mothers and the grandmothers and so on that's been required of them. That would be quite an alternative if they had to come here and to be resident in Batchelor. The one part of the story that we journeyed through was the importance of that term, Garma versus Garma, is being aware that you've got approval to use the word. And it wasn't the people, the leaders of the other colour, it was people further over to the west wanted to have their ideas listened to. So always been open to checking on what's going on. So the fantastic discussion that led to the term Garma being in use was so rich that it involved communities from all over Arnhem Land. But in the process, there was discussion about what happens when important people are actually showing what they know. And the example that was given was in women's keening in times of sadness and respect. And that was, the women sang songs using very deep meaning words, and the men shut up. Right? The men don't even talk to each other while this is going on. So the importance of the women's knowledge was put there as centre stage. And that was a very important learning point for us all as participants in the program back in '88. So thanks.
We have the next one. I'm not sure, there's a lot of very familiar faces here. Today we are actually honouring two special Batchelor College people. One, Dr. McClay, who passed away not long ago, who made all this happen, probably did the job of 10 people, keeping the finances in order and dealing with bureaucracies who were basically hostile to us. So we remember him today. And we also want to call out Dr. Rogers from Nukor, who has passed away not long ago, another graduate from the debate program, who pretty well gave up and went to Macquarie Uni and set up the Bush Uni out there because he thought Batchelor and CDU were dragging the chain. So he's not long gone, so we're remembering him today as well. And we always remember my mentor, Warren Hastings, who got the debate program up and running, and Captain Back Charter, that was his name, and without him I don't think we would have got to where we did get to. So they're the main ones. Was remote area teacher ed. It went from about 1976, then we had debate for a few years, then our own diploma of teaching, and then the Indigenous Teacher Upgrade Program. So we said that these community-based and community-centred programs serve three important purposes. This is all taken from Stephen Kemmis's work. That pre-service teacher education for Aboriginal educators who, for a range of social, cultural and political reasons, need to remain in and of their community. We provided in-service training where professional development with a pedagogical focus was aligned to both community wishes and accredited training requirements. And as it turned out, it was the most powerful forum to create curriculum that had Aboriginal languages and knowledge at its centre, which, as we've heard yesterday, is still not happening in mainstream universities. I need a time. Can somebody tell me a time? Because we've got too much. And I want Leon to talk a bit more. 10 past 10? Okay, 15, thanks. Do you want to do this next bit? I think really we've got a lot about our story at Yirrkala, but Yalmay's pretty well passed that all on to you, which is the master there. I was the apprentice, and now she's carried it all for us. So if we just talk a little bit about the history, we don't need to go through the whole Yirrkala story.
Yeah, while the program started in 1976, there was a hell of a lot of important groundwork that was done over several years before 76. Bilingual Ed, we talk about Bilingual Ed. 72, Gough Whitlam, support for Homelands. An important person in this was Reverend Bernie Clark, who again has passed away, but his report for the United Methodist Church, United Church, on Homelands establishment, his report was called Free to Decide, and that's got implications for us here today as who is the free to decide for. Maria Brandel wrote the report that actually ended up with the establishment of schools out in homeland centres. And an important message that Maria conveyed from the people of North East Homeland was support for community development, adult education and self-determination, that each place wanted to have a say in what it was heading to. And a really important message that I've consistently got from a particular old man there is his concern about boarding schools, blah, 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 teacher education being located somewhere else. There's a fundamental saying, if they go away, they grow away. And the other part of that is they go away as yolngu and they come back as aliens. It's another way that it was put. So, and that was consistently their position with boarding schools, and in recent years it's still an issue. We might be talking about teacher ed now, but there's similarities in views of boarding schools and the assimilationist ideas that still drive government action. So how long do we wait for it to be reinstated? That's a bit of an article from the local paper there, but you can see the hard-working rate students of 88 there with young daughter involved in the conversation. So an important element was that I just mentioned about community development and adult education. Back then, the education department actually employed adult educators in the context of each community, but through the school. And that led to my involvement in the first on-site program as a collaborating, contributing teacher who was based in the community. But John Bonney was the first on-site lecturer based at Batchelor, the upper graduate from.
Okay, can we have the next one? So unfortunately, we still have to keep doing this. 40 years we've been doing this. Why local teachers matter. We're talking about people live in their community, speak languages, part of the kinship system, understand the cultural stuff. The main reason that is constantly ignored, this NAPLAN was mentioned today, I nearly passed out at the name. It is about learning language. If kids don't speak standard English, they can't understand the English-speaking teacher. Simple as that. And so if you look at our data, 119 schools in the Territory, 70% of Aboriginal students are out bush somewhere, not in Darwin, not in Alice Springs, not in Katherine, not in Tennant Creek. And all those children are clever, they are emergent bilingual children, they are not some kind of, oh, they don't have any English negative stuff. But we're still getting that, even today, from Jason Clare. What matters is the NAPLAN results. Yalmay did get to speak to him at Garma, so I hope something went through the skull. So the point is, our kids don't speak standard Australian English when they come to school. They might speak a traditional language, a Creole, some mixed language like Largemanu, like Warlpiri, Gurindji Creole out at the Gurindji country, or our kids actually speak a Koine which is called Duaya. It's not Dua or Yirita, it's a new language that's come up. And lots of the other kids speak a variety of Aboriginal Englishes. And there are many of those, whether you're at Daly River, different places, different language. But the kids are treated as if they're language deficient when they've actually come with languages already. So we've got the monolingual mindset. It doesn't matter if they're Labor, CLP. The CLP are probably the worst because they're kind of dinosaur people. But even Labor, it's all about English. Sorry, there's true believers in the room, but that's the fact. It's all about English, and it shouldn't be. Now, the next one, I know you can't read, but I put it in because it's from ACARA, you know, the big curriculum thing. And if you look at the degree of ESL pedagogy required on that second side, all our kids come. They've either got beginning English on the left, emerging English, or developing English. That is where those kids will stand when they come to school. And if you look at the pedagogy required, it says students are new to learning through standard Australian English and cannot access the full curriculum without intensive, highly scaffolded, systematic, explicit ESL pedagogy, which does include use of first language and how you teach kids who are learning another language. So that's ACARA. We all know them. I think they're responsible for NAPLAN, in fact. The next one is come off. This is 2024. Come off the Northern Territory Education Department site the other day. I found it. I was down south. You probably heard me scream from there. It tells us about 50% of NT students have a language background other than English. The next sentence on their website says, some of these students may need targeted support to learn English in school. That is on the website now. It should read, all those students will absolutely need targeted support to learn English in school. So back to the importance of local teachers. They speak the language of the children, understand cultural and kinship relationships, as well as speaking English. So maybe we can skip a lot because we're running out of time. There's a whole lot of wonderful stuff on the old bilingual thing, but we haven't got time. These are some things from our rate work to show that we really did do great work. It was published, it was in books, it was about Aboriginal languages in education. There's the Garma maps, this is all our work. The maths, that's our curriculum launch in honour of Dr. Y, just after he died, a year after he died. This Strong Voices was a fantastic book that came out of the ITUP program. A lot of centre teachers put that together. It's brilliant. I use it all the time when I do any sort of trying to get people to understand something. And that was what came out of that Strong Voices. Aboriginal pedagogy is different and it needs to be understood. So where are we now? Just skip over all these, waste of paper. So the actual rate program was discontinued somewhere after 2000. There were several factors that led to it going down. Definitely changes in government policy away from self-determination and bilingual ed. Once we got Howard and intervention, it was pretty well death. It was all about be like us or else. We'll send the army in, and in fact they did. Changes at from Batchelor College to the Institute meant the focus on community-based and centred teacher ed was no longer there. And good old higher ed funding, CDU went, no, we need international students because we've got to survive. And at that point, there was a serious lack of support from the Education Department. But now we have a mainstream teacher education course, rather similar to a few units that Yalmay mentioned that she finished her B.Ed with. It is called RATE, but it isn't. It's a mainstream course, mainstream units, delivered online, no focus on bilingual teaching. There is one EALD teaching unit in the four-year degree, despite the fact that we've just seen from department data 50% of our kids need that all the time. So the department's pulled up a bit, but terrible neglect for years. Then they went, oh God, we've run out of trained local teachers. Yalmay retired last year. We've only got Merki left at Yirkala, NO Yundamu, I can put them on my hand, I think, will be retiring. So they now are putting some money in it, but we still don't have a bilingual, bicultural Bachelor of Education course either here or CDU. Yukala's actually gave up, a bit like Dr. Rogers. They're going through James Cook at the moment, but it's still not a suitable course. So our last word is we want a bilingual or multilingual, sorry Leon, multilingual, bicultural, at least a degree in teacher education, and we want it here, and we would like to get started as soon as we can. I'm sure you say one.
The other highlight that I want to focus on is the result of the work of Maria Brandel and others in saying local training. We actually had graduates who are Homeland Centre teachers who RATE was able to cater for and graduate as teachers. Okay, they were given certain titles, but we had people get through based on the dirt, and that's what we desperately need. And the story about online stuff is you need speed, and when you're out in the bush you don't have speed most of the time, so and speed's not a drug, by the way.
I'd like to say one more. I'm now a senior Australia of the Year this year, 2024, because I'd like to acknowledge Batchelor College, because this is where my course came from, where to where I am now. Thank you, Batchelor.
Thank you, Kathy, Leon and Yome. We will now conclude this morning's presentation. Morning tea has been served and our mid-morning program will commence back at 10:40. Also, I have an announcement. There is some early voting booths over at the school from 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock if anybody wants to go over and get their votes in early. Enjoy your morning tea. Yeah.
Actually, she went to get the adapter, but I found it.
Catherine, are we waiting for Shania? Is she not coming? Or?
No, she's just going to get the adapter.
Okay.
But I found another one, so.
So should we get started? Okay. Can everyone please take their seats and we'll start this mid-morning presentation. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Marie Alice and Catherine Gilby, to discuss the Lego project.
Good morning, I think it is. Thank you all for coming to our celebrations. It's quite incredible the calibre of projects and our alumni, and when we look at the current projects and look at, you know, the graduates that we have, we say that we graduate leaders. Never has that been more obvious than at this symposium. My name's Catherine Gilby. I'm the acting exec dean at this minute. We're going to talk to you today about the Lego Foundation. Now, Lego the toy turned 90 2 years ago. And when the toy turned 90, the Lego Foundation partnered up with the Lever for Change Foundation, and they sent out a global call. And they said, you, all around the world, send us your projects that can make a difference, that can create a world of play for children, for 0 to 6-year-olds. We partnered up with Johns Hopkins Centre for Indigenous Health, which is the world's leading #1 Indigenous health researchers, like in the world, the #1. We partnered up with the First Nations Health Authority in Canada, and we partnered up with the University of Otago in New Zealand, and Batchelor Institute is the Australian partner. The way that the Lego Foundation structured it is they said, we've got 900 million krona. Send us your... So the first 10, so we found out we were in the top 10, and so we went, okay, great, we've won already. And that was like a $1 million allocation to the top 10. Then we found out we were in the top 5, and then we found out we were in the top 3. So the way that it works now is that we get to have access. It's not, a huge amount of money, but it is for us. It is for us, for little old Batchelor and for Australia, to have access to money that is not government money. This is philanthropic money. So our mandate is around a 0 to 6-year program. So what we did and what we have done is we have adapted it a little bit. I'll go into the formal presentation. On the Navajo Nation, they rolled out a child and maternal health program called Family Spirit. And it's a home visiting program where you have peers go out into the home and, they've done some incredible work adapting this so that it suits more than just Navajo. So that they've rolled this program out across 20 sites in the US. Our application was for a global rolling out of Family Spirit. We've adapted it a little bit, so Australia and New Zealand both said, look, home visiting doesn't necessarily work for us, but we want to achieve the same goals, the same intent, but we'll do it through Homelands, we'll do it through language programs. We'll do it through Children's Ground, which does learning on country. Auntie MK said, the greatest learning doesn't happen. You heard from the Batchelor statement, which says teaching is a really sacred thing. You know, learning continuously, as we have always done. And so we have adopted that as a principle, because she also said learning doesn't happen just in the classroom, as Joyce pointed out today. So much of what you were saying resonated with me. And I too would like to dedicate this and my final presentation to Jeannie Bell, who was, for Robin, Dr. Ober and I, we were, so privileged to be able to have a research fellowship out of Batchelor that saw us do our PhD. And Jeannie was the leader for both of us in that process. She was one of those leaders that, those firm but fair. She was like, I don't want to hear you talk about it anymore. Write it down. Every morning, write it down, don't talk to me about it. And I was like, harsh, well, feelings. And so then I went and wrote it down. Do you know what I mean? So then I went and started the writing process. One of those kind of leaders, one of those kind of teachers. Back to the Lego project. So, can you push slideshow? We'll go back to the start. So we've adapted it to mean, I'll show you some of the, there was the curriculum adaptation. Don't judge me for my desktop.
It just looks like
No. I'll keep talking and Brian will fix it. Part of what we all had debates, we all had, so we needed to have a name for the overall project. So it's quite unique for 4 nations like this to come together and really work out what it means to have data sovereignty, what it means to have really local land-based knowledge informing all of our practice. What does this mean? How do we put this into play? So I personally liked the kind of name Play, but we actually came up with Spirit. I was voted down. And it's called Supporting Play and Intergenerational Relationships Through Indigenous Traditions. That's the name of the global project. There's another arm to this. So there's the Family Spirit project, and Marie's going to talk to you about the adaptation from the original curriculum in Navajo to Orinda and how that's going to roll out in Central Australia. The other arm of this is we want to create a world of play, and we're going to build playscapes. So we're going to build playscapes that are places of learning that are nature-based, that are intergenerational by their very design and structure, and that are designed to encourage grandmothers to be cooking, grandfathers to be playing games over this side, all of the children to be playing. The mothers are there helping their mother cook. And so there's a whole lot of learning. So the next step is we've got to work out what is the learning that happens in these 2 sites that I'm about to announce today. We've been working with Kumali Council. So Bicentennial Park is that big park that's just here. The east end of that will become Wetchy Park, and will be the whole east end of it. The end that's closest to the Institute here will become a whole playscape, and the other site will be in Alice Springs. This is just the start of it, though. So let me go back, and I can show you our map.
what I was talking about before, when I met with the Lego Foundation, we had to go and sit and had a meeting with Denmark. We go back to the beginning. Okay. We had a meeting with Denmark, and they asked the question, what toy did you play with that influenced who you are today? I thought, I've never been asked that question before. I've never been asked, how did my play as a child influence my body and practice as an adult? And I was like, good question. So then, mine was a mop. I grew up on stations in the Northern Territory and Queensland. So mine was a mop, which doubled as my horse and my Yamaha. And so, do you know, and I was telling them the whole story about how, you know, I'd heard the Yamaha advert and I'd go yamming away. But there's so much learning to be had in play. And sometimes as adults, we can forget that. And so it was this is just a joyous project. So we're going to create some resources, some books around play. And we get to what I said to the Lego Foundation when I spoke with them in our interview. I said the biggest threat to our success is our success constantly in this country as we live under colonial rule. So as soon as we have a project that starts to get successful, that starts to actually affect some change in our communities, we get the funding pulled. Because there's not a real desire to have real change. So this money and this project lets us do things differently, our way, go back to the old ways. I've just come out of a meeting with the Office of the Arts. There's nothing new in this language transmission stuff. There's nothing, it's old ways. What we have to combat is the disruption to the language transmission. And so Joyce's work, Shania's work. So we are, I'm going to start at the start because I got this interrupted because I didn't have the PowerPoint up. This is a photograph of two landscapes. So the first global partner gathering was held in New Mexico. The three of us were there. I'll show you the photo in a minute. So we flew into Albuquerque, then we went down to the Santa Ana Pueblo where the chiefs met us, and then we went on to the Navajo Nation. This is the right-hand side is a photo of Arizona. The left-hand side is a photo of Mbantua, Emily Gap. So this is the kind of a visual image of what is happening here. So do you want to go next slide because this isn't working? I always put this slide in. This is my brother's work, and I always put this in because we live in very real contexts. This work happens in, contexts that are real and impactful on people. When this is what he thought, this is a collage that he did of all of the things that were meaningful to him. And we can't ever forget that we live in a society and in a kind of country. This is such a joyous project. I put this slide in to remind us that we should never forget also some of the things that have happened to us as people. We'll go to the next one. This is our sites. This is the four of us. British Columbia, particularly with the First Nations Health Authority. John Hopkins has their office in Maryland, if you say it correctly, not Maryland, but Jerry, correct me. But we were dealing with the Albuquerque, New Mexico office mostly. New Zealand has done the same as us. So New Zealand, the University of Otago took the money in and then gave it out to their partners. So they are funding 3 of their partner organisations. They're just giving them the money to do the good work that they're already doing. And Australia will be doing much the same as we... we'll go to the next one. This is the sites where we're working. We're in year 1. We've just started. July 1 is the start of year 2 of this project. Year 0, we found out we're in the top 10. Year 1 is our kind of consultation, the start of the rolling all the programs out. Certainly the Podam language nest is working, it's in play, it's real. These guys are doing it. Children's Ground are doing it. The first 2,000 days in New South Wales. New South Wales has a rate of 1 in 4 Aboriginal children are in out-of-home care. We figured that that was a state of emergency that we had to address with this kind of project. So we're going to work with the first 2,000 days in Grafton and build a play space there, roll out a language program there, but also roll out family spirit there. Then see the little dots around Alice Springs? They're all the homelands that, we want to go and roll out healthy living programs. We don't have to push curriculum down people's throats. We can just go hunting and cooking and playing. And then top end is here, Batchelor. Next one. Oh, you can read that. I don't need to read that. Can everyone read that? Oh. This is the in fact, skip over the global project aims. Let's go to us. So this is the whole crew at the Santa Ana Pueblo. Hold on, let me show you. So, Crystal, she's like Nana Navajo. So she's like the grandmother for all of the Family Spirit program. She was there at the beginning 20 years ago. Doreen Abbott, Podam Elder, Felicity Hayes, Director at Children's Grant. Shania's up the front there. Oh, Carol Turner, Aaron Marie Ellis. I'm like literally hiding at the back as usual. Oh, there I am. Where's Wally? And Kathy Bradshaw came as well. So this was the contingent that we sent over to America. Next one. There we are. Within the Australian context, the partners have adapted the phrase home visiting to homelands visiting. We've reimagined home as country, so it's not actually going into people's houses. Not everyone has houses. Not everyone has spaces that they want to, have visitors come into, but homelands and, country activities. So Children's Ground, Akilura Healing Centre, Podam Language Nest based in Alice Springs. Akilura have been removed from the project. I'll share this so you can actually have a look at the play spaces came out of the Harvard design around Thinkscapes, which was just in everyday spaces, in bus stops, in places where people populate to have some kind of activity. We're going to have this really intentional playscape. Go to the next one. Oh, and a safe reunification space. So we're in the process now of negotiating with the Catholic Church to create a space in Alice Springs where we can have a safe reunification space so kids who have been taken into out-of-home care don't have to meet up with their parents in the Territory Families Office or in these. We can have a home-like environment that has play available so that those kids who are in care can have some access to their culture, to their people, that is not sterile and removed. These are the Australian Context Broad Project goals. The project is based on a set of values including the importance of culture, country and language, First Nations self-determination, identity, social justice for marginalised people, the human rights of children, the primary role of parents and families as first educators of their children, and the dignity and respect of elders. So our 5 main goals are to adapt John Hopkins' Family Spirit program to include local land-based knowledges, including seasonal calendars, spiritual connections to land and country, to foster an advanced understanding of kinship connections that connect all of us to the land and each other, to practice intergenerational learning through on-country visits, language immersion, camping and hunting trips. Our classrooms have no walls. We learn where the trees are our grandfathers better. To provide genuine and real opportunities to young Aboriginal kids in the centre and the top end of the Northern Territory that otherwise wouldn't be provided to them. Exposure to elders, culture and language immersion. Ray Lovett out of ANU has developed some work that's called the cultural determinants of health. So everyone knows the social determinants of health. Poverty, alcoholism, all of the negative ones that, exist as markers of why, our bodies don't fit so well in this kind of colonial society. He says, we flip it. In fact, people who practice their language, people who practice their culture are physically healthier than people who are removed from it. And he's got plenty of empirical data to back that up. We want to reduce the number of Aboriginal children taken into out-of-home care by providing safe play spaces that reflect their own and their community's values and knowledge. We want to partner and resource existing strength-based models of knowledge transmission, which means we want to partner up with programs that are already working. Grandmothers know how to raise their grandchildren. We don't need to teach them that. We just need to resource them to do that. We want to share First Nations learning and context with international partners, determine project evaluation requirements. We just have to have like that little research component in there. And have a comprehensive dissemination plan of successful outcomes. And that's happening. We're going to write some really interesting papers out of this. These 4 countries coming together like we do, we niggle, but this is one of the best teams I've ever worked with. I genuinely like them all, and they genuinely like and respect our contribution. So we'll go to the next one. This is the Puttam language nest. Just some photos. Caters from children to 0 to 5. You've already had Shania's presentation, so we'll skip over this. This is the Masters and Apprentice Conference that we held. So we had 100 people from Australia come from 33 critically endangered languages come to our Alice Springs campus because we had 9 instructors come from the US who came over and taught us the Masters and Apprentice model of language transmission, revitalisation, saving it. And they say it's very beautiful. It has to be breath to breath. We can't learn this necessarily we learn it from speaking and from doing. We'll go to the next one. I will skip past this one and I'll come back to it. This is like, it's heads, shoulders, knees and toes and under, and it will stick like a brain worm. Go on, we'll just play should we play a tiny bit of it? So this is at a children's ground.
That's Carol. One little bit, wait for there's a switch, there's a twist.
I will stop from there. We can go back to it. This is the core curriculum, the lessons, and there's 8 units. So, sort of in utero, toddler, like baby, newborn, toddler, and go through. And so they've put a lot of care. We're in the process now of adapting. So we'll go to the next one. I'm going to hand over.
Ora, yang Marilina Lazarina, yang Maramukanina, Marabandrina. Yeragon come and up Maranala, Margaret Mapata, Aterin Jerema, Margaret and Mapala, Margaret and Marana Mapanga, a rolling Angela, Yeranda, and Rugula Pajawarama. Hi, my name is Marilina Ellis. I'm from Amungana, Alice Springs. I'd like to pay my respect for the owner of this country, where we stand, and sharing my stories. Yeah, for the adaptation, we had a look at the family spirit box that they had, and it was so overwhelming. And what I came up with, I was the only one who put my hand up to, yes, I want to work on this, the adaptation, because it was so exciting. You know, as a graduate back in 2003, as I was studying my early childhood teaching here, you know, I owe a lot to, you know, this college and my lecturers here. So the map in front, I'll just get that. See it on the screen there. So how I come up with the, I put it in Aranda. Nunaga to area kana apnunga. Apnunga is like our family spirit. That's what I come up with. And with this here, I come up with the grandmother's law. Because in our Aranda society or the other Aboriginal family, we come from the, you know, the Ilbana Ranger law. Ilbana Ranger law is a relationship law, whereas Auntie Elma said there's two groups. We have 8. So how I got to work on this, my ideas, is like I had to look at the Aranda pedagogy. Everything comes from the country, so I got my ideas from there, and I put that all on the grandmother's law. Because our grandmothers are our professors. They are professors in bush medicine, in you know, women's health. You know, our grandmothers are important. They learn us. They teach us about, you know, the survival skills, like, you know, the medicine, the season, and, you know, how to look after your family, and, you know, look after your man and all that other stuff. So, you know, our grandmothers are our mentors. So I put that, and looking at this, so I put that as like, this is the grandmother's law. And from each part of it, I got from the Aranda pedagogy is, first one is, number 1 is Atoya. It's that parental care. Atoya and Dandarama is like, we looking after. So we got in the yellow, up there. Number 2 is the Ambakuka culture and Danda Ritika, like the infant care. Number 3 is the Ambagngara toddlers, that's the toddlers, and the Ambagngara like growing child. So I got the stuff that was in the Family Spirit program, and then, squished it down a bit. So more or less like I wanted to translate it and make it more easy. So I put my hand up to work on the adult pedagogical curriculum, and it's really exciting. I'm the very first to work on it, and I hope that once we develop it more, we'd like to, be ready to have a review and hope that everybody will review it and say, oh yeah, this is a good idea or whatnot, yin or yang. The grandmother's law, it's a grandmother's law is where we go to and we follow that and we abide that from a child growing up to adult to teenagers and whatnot, and who we are as we get older and become grandmothers ourselves. So this project wasn't that hard for me. It was so easy. It was like, yeah, I need this, I want this. And we're working further with with Batchelor and to create this adaptation. And these here, I've colored, I've hand drawn this, they've laminated. So getting back to the pedagogy thingy, like working. So everything comes from the country where, this is where, I got all those there with the Albinarinja, with the family relationship, ceremony. Oh, isn't this fly really annoying? There's one dead fly soon. People of the land, ancestral spirit, and yeah, so I got all that there to put that as the grandmother's law. And now what I'm looking at is like getting from that there, I'm going to do like maternal health and child. So that's going to be easy as well. So I'm super excited to work on this project. So that's that one there. That's your order. That's your order. That's my project. I use my big boy. Come on. Put it. So a student from New Zealand came. Her name's Rachel. She's a Chinese girl, and she's doing her master's or something.
No, she's a 60-year medical student.
Yes, she is.
Out of the University of Otago.
So Rachel and I, from her medical health expertise and my educational background, we worked brilliantly together. So Rachel and I, we became so close, and Rachel and I worked on this together with her medical expert. Yeah, so we come up with a yearly plan. It's what our yearly planning looks like, but it's just a draft. So we're looking at the 4 seasons, because we got 4 seasons. Up here, we got 2? We got 4 as well. So this year we got like summer, autumn, winter, and spring. So we're looking at what we're going to do in that yearly plan, how we're going to plan for those seasons and what we're going to do for that. Yeah. And then we come up with this monitoring progress. So Rachel and I would work, well, it took us like a couple of days or about a week, 2 weeks. Just like, yeah. So we're looking at the monitoring progress with the KPIs, ages and stages, parental, pregnancy, newborn, infancy, toddler. So we're looking at country, land, people, kingship, natural environment. So that's from that curriculum online that everyone contributed, like with the WWF and all that. So I come across that and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna print that out and have a look. So I'm still researching and getting bits and pieces out of it. So that's what Rachel and I come up with. I lay it on the carpet so you guys wanna close a look at it. Yeah. Potential resources that we needed. We're talking about, the legislation, stuff like that, the app. We're talking about the NWF butterfly, photo reporting, KPI progress and evidence. Because, a photo tells a, good story. Flashcards, flip charts, campfire session, color code everything, planning, and so we've covered most of the stuff. So yeah. And here from the Aranda Central Cultural Connection, come up with as well, and Bernadine, the relationship law, how the mothers, the parents are related, and how we can teach our little ones, and who are they related to, and yeah, it's all about the Bernadine. It's all about who they are, where they come from, which family they come from, which area, what story, so on and so forth when they're growing up. And we also want to do more of the country visit as well, to take them to country and physically show them the story of their country, where they come from. It might be a barren land down the creek and all this. We've got plenty of water there. We've got plenty, things to do. Out on country, our country, we take our children, we say, this is our supermarket, our pharmacy, our playground, everything that we need. Because it's all natural, we don't need man-made structure to identify these places, because, as many of us grew up out on country, we know, and also see, and we know that we come from that environment and we know how to survive. So it's more or less like teaching the little ones as well. So the cultural connections are there. So, with the story, and Bernadette and everything, I couldn't fit everything in there. So I got super excited as well. So yeah. It's a monthly plan or dinner. So come up with the summer. That's the first one with the summer. And where we can have water play, we can take them out in the country where there's water and teach those kids about what lives in the water, frogs and whatnot, all the little critters that swims in the water and whatnot. And yeah. So we was looking at what we're gonna do in summer from December to February. Week 1, 2, 3, and 4, where we're gonna go. So where we're gonna take them. Yeah, take them out. We don't need to sit in a classroom in a box with windows and stuff and listen to teacher that's instructing numeracy literacy, where we can take our children out and play. And play is learning, where kids learn about numeracy literacy, science, and everything else. Storytelling, draw their story on the ground. That's how we grew up, and that's how we want our little ones to follow as well. So that's the grandmother's law, and that's what I'm working on. And yeah, anything else?
I'll go to the next slide.
Next slide, please.
Oh, no, next one. That's the budget. Skip over that. There's other boring stuff.
So Rachel and I have been working for 2 weeks, but not really. We were sort of hanging out. And with Rachel being a visitor from New Zealand, and I took her to places like Ormiston Gorge, Ellery. I took her everywhere. I took her on a tour. I took her to the town camps. We drove through town camp to really show her, because I really wanted her to have that cultural shock, and she did. Going to town camps, and I said, "Oh, look, they got deadly garden ornaments." And she was like, "Where?" She was looking for gnomes and whatnot, and said, "No, the Holdens and the Fords." So Rachel and I, we connected, and we knew exactly how we wanted to present this as a draft, and and then just to continue with this work. I've taught, showed her around, took her around everywhere. She was really overwhelmed and stuff. But the work that Rachel and I done for this adaptation is something different and exciting. And yeah.
There we go on the next slide. Thank you. So there's two more points I want to make. Is your order? Yeah. So we've showed some photos of the first global partner gathering that happened. I'm pretty proud to announce that Australia is hosting the second global partner gathering in Alice Springs next week.
This Sunday.
So Sydney, the first person arrives on Thursday. So on the back of this week. So to say that we've been busy is an understatement. But we were really, I did wonder, like, we're the smallest organisation and you know, the biggest country, the oldest, you know, continuing culture. And I was like, sometimes I wonder what I was thinking when I said Australia will go next. But most of the time, I'm like, we're going to host, you know, you so well, them so well, because we just know how to do this. And so we're having a big opening ceremony on the Sunday. We've got 4 dance troops happening. We've got the Puram language choir. The Puram kids are like practicing as we speak to sing the songs in Puram. You know, we're going to have a big bush food extravaganza. We're going to send out 5 teams to go and get all the bush foods so that they're all fresh when they get here. So Marie wants to meet them all at the airport. Saturday with like a big, like, we want to get like streamers and poppers and
Posters.
But also, you know, we've created, I should have actually put a bit more care into the PowerPoint. So we've got like a logo that has the 4 nations coming together in the centre in the desert. And we've got all like the merch done up. So this that I'm wearing now, so then we've got different traditions that are happening. So what we were struck by was the similarities of experience around colonialism. So not necessarily having to get stuck in this kind of, we have to beat ourselves and say how bad we are to get money, because this is an opportunity where we get to just say how strong we are and celebrate the strength of our culture. And when we did start to sit down at those meetings, there's something that happens, and we were all struck by the similarity of experience, but also the similarities of culture, of our local land-based cultures. And so on the last day, well, I mean, we'd had a whole week of gift giving, and then on the last day, we had this kind of coming together in the hall. Somebody, I won't actually mention any names, had given away all of our presents during the week. So this woman from the White Mountain Apache tribe gave me this necklace, which is one of the first ones that she'd beaded. And she said, I've always wondered what I was going to do with this. And now I'm giving it to you. And my sister from Australia, and because her and I had just gotten along, we were both, Kristen, one of the organisers from Johns Hopkins, she was like, I was dreading when you two would meet, because we both kind of ribber a little bit. And so I had nothing to give in return. But I had my Masters and Apprentice t-shirt on. And I was like, oh, this is all that I have to give you. And I just bought like a Canyon Deshay t-shirt, so I snuck behind the stage and I took off my Master's Apprentice t-shirt and I said, there are 9 people in America who have this t-shirt, and now there are 10. So this is the only thing I have to give you. And she said, are you giving me the shirt off your back? And I was like, yeah, I kind of am, literally. So on top of the merch that we're getting these beautiful cockatoo t-shirts. And every single Australian person will have one, so that we've got 70 First Nations people coming from three different continents, 3 different countries. So all of Australia will have one, and in the process, we'll wear it on the Monday, and by the Friday, we will have all given the shirt off of our backs to someone from the project. So we are so happy to be hosting them. It's logistically a lot, and on the back of this seminar, it's one of the great joys of my life.
And the lanyards.
When we went to the Pueblo, they had this bread, they'd made all these different kinds of bread. And so as we gave the gifts over to the chief, they all came and gave us these corn necklaces, like bright corn, like blue and purple and yellow and white and not dyed, corn. I never knew that there was that money colour. What colour was your one? Blue and purple. I got blue and purple.
Green.
Yeah.
And the beads.
So what we're doing is we have commissioned like 100 quandong seeds and gum nut seeds and like a ninta beans. So we'll have because they also gave us hand beaded lanyards with our names on them. So in the true sense of competitiveness, we had to one-up them. So like, okay, we're going hand beaded with beans and nuts. And we're going to have a printed plastic card that you will keep forever. So, but we're also going to give them as gifts at the opening ceremony. So yeah, we've got a busy couple of weeks ahead. But there was another point. So I'm so sorry that we've talked for so long. We're going to leave it now, but we can answer any questions if there are questions, or you can come and yarn with us at any time, because it's the joy of our life. And I will give it back to Candice, because we've got another surprise coming up for you.
Oh, also, Catherine forgot to mention our farewell gift for the Three Nations is like, we've got the 3 coolermen and gift. So I've just finished 3 paintings that's going to go to each of the coolermen. So everybody's contributing their presents to give them for their farewell.
And the old man was like, do you want the water coolerman? Do you want the baby carrying coolerman? And I was like, it's baby carrying coolerman all the way. Because this is a child and maternal health program, and this is exactly how we used to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Catherine and Marie. Now we have lunch. We'll head up to the Kamali Art Centre for a special treat. Also, if you want to get a lift up there, Tina. Okay, Tina's not here. So Catherine, she can sort out a lift, or if not, there is a buggy that if you really don't want to walk, if you're not fit, you can get on a buggy and go up there. But
We can all go on the bus if you want. I've got a car here. So lunch will be up there, and there's a special treat up there.
I would now like to welcome our third keynote speakers, Dr. Michelle and Dr. Robin, who will be presenting a paper on two-eyed seeing for both-way knowing, exploring Indigenous ally relationships to co-learn, co-design and co-create and co-share knowledge in the 21st century.
We should have did the shortened version. Can you hear us? Good. Can't see.
Yeah, back to the first one.
Back to the first one. Okay, you go. Okay, so.
Oh, sorry. Oh, hello, everyone. Hope you're all awake after a beautiful lunch. I should first say happy 50th birthday to Batchelor Institute. And I just want to acknowledge that we are on Kungarakan and Warai land and on this beautiful country that many of us studied on and lived on for many years. And so I pay my respects to our elders, past, present, and our emerging elders too, our emerging leaders, like this young lady over here, our local traditional owner. And so the story that we're going to present today is about a project that is a partnership with Batchelor Institute and the University of Lethbridge in Alberta, Canada. So this is how we're branching out. As Catherine said this morning, research is growing at Batchelor Institute. We are getting a reputation. We are getting a name. We are moving from the national into the global scene. And so this is one of the projects I think we, as the Institute, should be very proud of. You know, the Spirit program with Lego, and this is one of many that we can celebrate. And so I'd like to, first of all, share my story.
There you go.
So my story, I think many people know me, and I'd just like to say it's been really good to see our staff, previous staff, current students and graduates who are here today. I'd like to especially acknowledge Mr. John Ingram, who's with us, and he was our past director here at Batchelor College, and it was during the era that I went through the 80s and come back in the 90s as a staff member. And so John and his wife Pia and son there. But I'll just say that John led us through some very, very challenging situations. The fact that we still have Batchelor Institute here, Batchelor College, is, you know, much to do with this great leader who was our director during that era. So I really want to acknowledge, if you're coming to that, yes, coming to the gala dinner, we'll hear a bit more from Mr. John Ingram. So thank you, John, and many of our other previous academics here. So my story, my cultural connections are on my mother's side. I'm Mamu Jidabul Bugabara, from the little coastal town of Innisfail in North Queensland, so rainforest people. And that's where that picture actually is a photo of our country, where the rainforest meets the sea, back in God's own country. No, not really, but yeah. That's where we used to go and pick pippy shells and fishing and, you know, dragging the nets and that when we were kids. And through my father's cultural connection, I'm Bulganwara from far north Queensland, and I have a family member here, Tracy too, who is representing our families from that way. So I'm a researcher. I'm a graduate from Batchelor Institute. I'm a proud graduate from Batchelor Institute. Like Yappa said, I went through the debate program with her husband back in the 80s, and we came through. And one of the things he said to me, I'm just throwing this in, sorry, that we have our own professors and doctors. You know, I used to get really thing about, our professors and doctors coming up from Deakin University. He said, sis, always remember we have our own people who are professors and doctors at that high level of intellectual thinking. So that's the kind of people I worked with. That's the kind of people, the calibre of people and students who we gleaned off each other. We learned from each other. And Batchelor is that kind of place. It's a special place. It's a unique place. It's where we are empowered, where we are strengthened in our identity. And, you know, today I'd like to have another conference called Where Are They Now? Because I believe there's going to be many of our graduates who are leaders somewhere in Australia or overseas. So I'll stop there and I'll hand it over to Michelle.
Okay, so thank you very much. Before I begin, I would just like to acknowledge that I'm a guest in this territory or in this land. And I have been fortunate to work here for many years, actually. So Nistaniko Megastike, my Blackfoot name, gifted to me by Edna Bad Eagle, one of my elders, means Crow Woman from the Sacred Crow Reserve. My name is Michelle Hogue, and I am Métis from Saskatchewan, of all places, Treaty 6 territory in Canada. So if you don't know the geography of Canada, we don't have enough time to, I usually have a whole bunch of pictures up here about all of Canada and the snow and everything. But I'm from Treaty 6 territory, but I've been a guest in Treaty 7 territory, so the traditional lands of the Blackfeet people, for as long as I've lived in my own homeland, actually longer now. So I don't know if I'm a guest or if I'm a member, but I've been gifted the honor of working with that community for a long time. So my story is a little bit different than Robin's. My heritage is mixed, as many are, but my grandparents, so my grandfather is from St. Boniface, Manitoba, Métis from there, and he moved from his traditional land to Saskatchewan. And my grandmother is part of what you would call here, I think, probably the stolen generation. And so she lived in foster care and foster homes and orphanages all her life. She aged out and met my grandfather, who was 2 decades older than her. And they had a number of children together. My father is one of them, the eldest of them. So that's the story. So I come from those roots, and those roots weren't educated roots. My family didn't really believe a lot in education, and probably from their own experiences. And so I lived in Fort Qu'Appelle in Qu'Appelle, the valley, and I moved to Regina, Saskatchewan. I used to walk by, I lived close to my grandparents, so I'd walk by a particular school that I really loved, and I saw the university in the distance, and I always wanted to go to university. That's not something that my family wanted to support. So I did that. I worked my way through, but my dream was always to get an education. And my ultimate dream was to be a doctor. But life happens in ways that you don't always anticipate. So I am a doctor, but not the kind I thought I was going to be. But I love science. And so that made me a little bit different than everybody, because at the time that I went through university, women in science were very few and far between. So I was an anomaly, and I was always advocating for women's rights. So I was, as you can see, a pain in the patooey for some people. And I was often a lone electron. And I had some really big dreams. And those dreams involved never getting married, never having kids, and never having 3 kids. And so you can see that I failed on every single one of those accounts. And so the only thing that I know is, like Justin Bieber says, and he's made money off of my phrase, is never say never. But I am very gifted, and so for that, I'm honored to be here to share a little bit about some of the work that we do. And I don't know that that's going to go ahead. Can we go forward? It's not moving. Okay, so how did this all begin? Some time ago, I had the good fortune of, when I finished my PhD, so this is a product of my PhD, and what I did in my PhD was, you always hear about Indigenous peoples can't, right? Can't do this, can't get an education, can't succeed in post-secondary education, can't do the sciences. And of course, I think that's bunk. So what I did in my PhD was I interviewed a whole number of people who had succeeded, and I wanted to know their stories. I love narrative, and I love hearing everybody's story. So I interviewed a number of people across Canada who had succeeded in post-secondary education, Indigenous peoples, and I was specifically interested in the sciences and mathematics because that's my area initially. I know that scares a lot of people, but I love it. And then I wrote a book called Dropping the T from Kant, Enabling Aboriginal Post-Secondary Education in the Sciences and Mathematics. And there are amazing stories of people who have succeeded. And so my philosophy has always been changing that conversation. So dropping the T from Kant and changing that to can, and taking that phrase that I've always told, it's impossible. Every time you ask for permission to do something, well, that's impossible, or you can't do that. And just doing a little bit of a grammatical correction so that it's, instead of impossible, it's I'm possible. So how did this all begin? Some time ago, after I finished, I got this lovely grant. It's called a SSHRC, Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council grant, Insight Development Grant. And really what it was money to travel across Canada, so North America, Turtle Island, Australia, New Zealand, and just visit with people and ask them, similar to the stories in the book, how did you succeed? What's working in education? Because I get so tired of hearing what's not working. I wanted to know what was working, and I knew there were stories out here. Batchelor is one of them. Australia, New Zealand, and many places in Pueblo, in New Mexico, in the States, they were succeeding. Well, how were they doing it and we weren't? So I wanted to know that. So I just wanted to give you a context about where we are in relation to each other. So we're at complete opposite ends of the world. So over, under, and so it's a complete opposite end of the day for me. So it's really quite interesting. But the story is actually very similar, and so Robin will talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I think most people know our stories are very parallel between Canada and Australia, especially with our Indigenous people. So we, many of our children, it came from our children through the education system, that they were taken from their families and put in either mission schools in Australia or in residential schools in Canada. So if you look at the history of both countries, we can see a very alarming, I would say, parallel. And this didn't only happen in these countries, but in other countries where people came over, colonisers came, the invaders came, and it was with these racist, horrific policies that impacted on our people, that changed our lives and our people and places together. And so if we can go to the next slide, even some of the political things like, the apology. So we had the apology in February the 13th, 2008 in Australia, where the Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, said sorry to those who went through Stolen Generation. It's one of those things where you remember where you were. I don't know about you, it's one of those events where people remember where they were sitting when they saw that. And I didn't think it would have impact on me, but I do remember where I was the day the apology happened. We were all around the television and, we looked at it, and then all of a sudden, I just got this strong emotion, and I just cried and I sobbed and I wept for my grandparents, because they were part of the Stolen Generation. They were taken, I have my sister with me today, and they were taken off the streets of our hometown. They were only 5 years old. They didn't go to missions, but they went to farms. They grew up on farms as child slave. We had child slavery back in the day, and so it hit me. I wasn't ready for that, but it hit me really hard, and the memories came flooding back of stories my mother told me of my grandparents and how they grew up on two different farms. My grandfather on one and my grandmother on the other. But if you were an Aboriginal person in that day and age, you were impacted by these policies of the day. And so, you know, we remembered and we cried and we wept and we stood with our old people as the apology. You know, whether you agreed or whether you, whichever political party, I think if you had a heart, you know, that really touched you. And so the same thing happened in Canada on June the 11th, 2008, so just a few months later. And yeah, they had their truth-telling, truth and reconciliation, and I'll get Michelle to explain that.
So in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report came out, and that was a 6-year study of, so it was Justice Murray Sinclair at the time. He led that, and it was a study of all of the residential schools in Canada and the mission schools, and it was experiences, and so there's volumes and volumes of the stories. And that apology led to that particular study, and from that study came 94 calls to action. And so the 94 calls to action were released in June of 2015. And I recently heard the statistics of how far we are, and of the 94 calls to action, 9 have been completed. Now that is sad. We're in 2024. So while we think we're making big gains, we're not necessarily. And so Stephen Harper, who actually gave the apology in Canada, I'm cynical because of some of the things that he's done. So anyways, going forward, we're off track here. As I said, I had a scoping review grant, a short grant, that brought me across Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And I thought I would always work in New Zealand because New Zealand seemed to be so far ahead of us in terms of education. And I really wanted to know what was going on in New Zealand that made them so successful relative to the rest of the world. But when I got there, I thought, well, there's no comparison. I wanted a similar story. And so I have a friend or a colleague in Saskatchewan, Dr. Glenn Aikenhead, who said, well, you know, you should go to Darwin. There's people like Michael Mitchie and Joelle Rio and, you know, Joanne Forrest and Robin Ober, and they've been doing this work for a long time with Batchelor Institute. And I was like, well, I didn't know what that was, but I was traveling around, so why not? So I came up to and I have to tell you guys, Darwin is brown like like Lethbridge is right now. So I thought I was going someplace exotic. And I love Darwin, but it's not a lot different than where I'm from right now, this time of the year. So it's a little sad, but anyways, I came to Darwin and I met some amazing people and we started collaborating together. And so we've done a number of projects together, and this Shirk Insight grant that we just received, that we received before COVID, but haven't been able to start because of COVID and all of the political and institutional changes that have happened until this past year, is the product of that journey. So when we first started doing this work, I wanted to connect my students with students in Batchelor and to know that the stories are very similar, but to have that relationship. So we created a website and a safe space where they could actually become pen pals, so to speak, and they could visit with each other. But we also wanted to connect by Zoom. It wasn't Zoom then, it was, I forget what it was. And so because we're complete opposite ends of the day, we had to bribe them. So Joanne and Joelle would feed them breakfast in Darwin, and I would feed them dinner in Lethbridge. And so then they would Zoom together and they would share their stories. They would share their culture, they would do presentations together, they would share music and song and dance. And we did this for the course of about 4 years. We did it every year with each new group. So it was a really cool experience. These are just some of the dinner connections. So you can see, you know, showing how to do drumming. They did traditional dance, and so on both sides. And so it was a really cool experience. Of course, then COVID hit. So these are just some of the reflections of the students who were involved.
So these are quotes from students from the pre-tertiary course, PTS, through Batchelor Institute. The workshops were at CDU. And so one quote from a student sets the foundation. How is it possible that the story is the same or almost the same? I feel so ripped off, like there was a conspiracy against us. I think we need to share our stories, work together and build each other up. We need to support each other and cheer each other on. And that was from the First Nations transition program from University of Lethbridge. And the next slide. Can you?
Sorry, that's me. I got it.
Okay. And our student, a PTES student, spoke to the importance of relationships in learning. This opportunity to build relationships by making connections, sharing career aspirations, stories of resilience, histories and cultures is a powerful motivator to learn in. And that's a PTES student. Another student said, I had no idea the story on the other side of the world in Australia is so similar to ours. It's shameful. We need to work together, share our stories, so we can change this. We need to help each other. Education is important so that we can create a change. And that was a student from Canada. So I think just looking at those quotes, I want to pick up a couple of key words. Working together, sharing knowledge, teaching and learning together, cheering each other on, complementing each other. And something I said earlier, how our stories and our learning journeys are very similar. And so this whole notion of shifting the inequity principle, so, you know, whereas it was as Western academic dominant and less of our side, and I believe that we can create, what did Mr. Dana Obar say, balancing the imbalances, and he wrote a paper with Dr. Rob and talked about balancing the imbalances and making it right and talking about justice and truth and working from a strength-based approach. And again, I'll say that Batchelor Institute creates that space for us to empower our students, to enable them to become richer in their learning, not to leave themselves out the classroom door or at the workshop door, but bring their whole self in and draw on that and use that as a platform or as a springboard to move on to new professional academic concepts and principles. So that whole thing of moving from imbalance to balance is something that's really part of our work here at Batchelor Institute in research, in teaching and learning, and health and media. We have our media people here. So always seeing that strength in our students, celebrating it, honouring it, bringing it along on the learning journey. And from that, we are creating new spaces, new teaching and learning spaces, and being innovative and using our initiatives, that it's not, you know, we can't pretend to be somebody we're not. We who we are. We can't change that. So we be very proud and we strengthen our identity and bring that through our learning journey. I'll clap for myself. And indigenisation, yeah. So I think back in the day, you know, we used this term indigenisation or Aboriginalisation, and that was looking at how can we bring our knowledge, but not only that, our human resources, our staff, you know, looking at Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander lecturers and people in administration and people in leadership, at the whole level of Indigenous people being in those positions of power and decision making. And so that's something that I think we hear a lot about, but how do we see that in reality? I think Batchelor has come a long way, and there's a lot of great things that have happened in our country, but we still have quite a way to go. So I think remembering that, ensuring that our people are in those positions of power.
Just to add to that, one of the challenges that we have, and particularly in Canada, is having that critical mass. So there are, since the TRC and calls to actions, focused attention on enabling success and growing Indigenous academic success. But until we have that critical mass of educated Indigenous peoples in positions of power, so with the degrees at all levels, it's tough to do. And so the space that we work in of allyship requires that we work together. So that's what we want to talk a little bit about, is how do we work together? Because indigenization, in my mind, and I don't know if you would agree with me or not, but it has to be done by Indigenous people for Indigenous people. And I don't think it can be done by non-Indigenous people. So how can we get that support going together? So in my mind, indigenization means we need to, first of all, build that critical mass of educated Indigenous peoples with the power in those places.
Yeah, kind of touched on this before. So indigenisation means we are not the same. We're not just, it's not just a label, but we're actually bringing our whole self, our ways of being, doing and knowing into what we're doing. And that whole thing, it's not just a job for us, but it's a heart thing, It's about empowering our people and seeing them succeed and stepping outside of our comfort zone. Like, it's easy when we're in our comfort zone. It's like everything's easy, there's no conflict, there's nothing, we can just go with the flow. But when we start pushing back and we start calling out some things, saying, no, we need things to change and we need to step out of the way things have been going, putting away things like textbooks and everything written by, white people to tell us about, they become the experts on everything Aboriginal and Torres Strait. Well, no, that should not be. We should be the experts. We should be the writers and the authors of saying, especially in an Indigenous institution, that it's our stories. And I'm not saying we throw the whole thing out, but, primarily it's our people who are doing the writing and the stories. So that pushing back, stepping, not being boxed in, but pushing back the boundaries and begin to do things in our way that are strong and empowering.
This is also where there's a lot of conflict with the dominant culture, right? Because it's easy to teach in the box, right? I mean, I don't mean it in a derogatory way, but you're teaching a curriculum, you're teaching 30 students, and you're teaching them the same way. And so you're not allowing for the individuality or the needs of a child, right? Or the needs of the student in post-secondary education. You're not accounting for the things that are going on in their lives, for example. So the pushback that comes to indigenization is the dominant safe culture, right? Because that's work for them as well. And so when we talk about the 94 calls to action in Canada, for example, Justice Murray Sinclair says, it's actually not the Indigenous people that have to pay attention to those 94 calls to action. It's the white people, it's the dominant culture. They're the ones that are responsible for those 94 calls to action. So that means that they also have to learn. They also have to change the way that they approach things, which means putting away the traditional ways of doing things, and that's a tough thing. Think about yourself, It's easy to get up in the morning and do all the same things, but then all of a sudden you break your leg, and it's not so easy, right? You have to do something different, and it's like that, right? So trying to have those complicated conversations as well, and that's where allyship is really important. So this is our little model. Just go here, so make sure I'm on the same page as our little model. So indigenization, so I'm a chemist by degree originally. Don't hold that against me. So I like to abbreviate things and I like formulas. And so two-eyed seeing is a philosophy that was developed about 3 decades ago by now in Canada. And it was developed by a very good friend of mine, Cheryl Bartlett, Dr. Cheryl Bartlett of Eskasoni First Nation. She was at this, Cape Breton University, and elders Albert and the late Medina Marshall of Eskasoni First Nation. And two-eyed seeing, you can see it's a little puzzle piece, and it doesn't fit exactly together perfectly because it's not. This kind of work is never a perfect fit. but it's to see with one eye through an Indigenous lens, the other eye through a Western or Eurocentric lens, if you want, the dominant culture. But you know that if you're walking or running, you need two eyes together to have that depth of perception, otherwise you're going to wipe out, which I do quite regularly running. But you need two eyes together, so it's to use the two-eyed philosophy, which is very similar to the both ways philosophy.
Yeah, so I think, I'm actually a product of the both ways philosophy and practice coming through Batchelor Institute. So, again, taking the strengths and the knowledge that our students bring in, acknowledging that, honouring, and looking for commonality, looking for that common ground to use as a springboard into new unknown or professional concepts. And I came through teacher education, so looking at where we could link, where we could fit in, where we could still be strong in our own ways. And Aboriginal Australia and Torres Strait Australia is very diverse. It's not a one-size-fits-all. We're all different with our different backgrounds and languages, and so that's where I see both ways as a place to bring those two knowledges together, enrich and empower, and it also brings dignity, There's this thing called dignity and integrity, and it makes you feel good about yourself, that I've got something to offer. I'm not there just waiting to be filled, by, Western knowledge, but I'm there to bring what I've got and to be proud of that and bring the two together and make it stronger. So that's, and I've written a lot, I've done research on both ways, education and philosophy and practice, but in a nutshell, I think it's bringing the two together to make stronger.
So when we do talk about indigenization, though, I think it's really important that we keep Indigenous ways of knowing and learning separate from Western ways of knowing and learning. Not necessarily separate, but we recognize that they're individual identities and individual ways of approaching knowing and learning, and they should be respected as being individual. But we do have this space of overlap. And that space of overlap is the space that we work in. It's the space I love because it's messy. And it's where you have those complicated conversations. I call it a liminal space of possibility. So what can we do in that space? And so just to go to my little mathematical formulas again. So C to the power 4, so raised to the power 4. In that space, as I said, we can't do it alone. So we need both Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples in that space. But that requires co-learning, co-designing, co-creating, and co-sharing in that space. And you can't do that work without R4, R to the power 4. So without relationships, without respect, without responsibility, and without reciprocity. And all of that takes time. And so in this Western system, this dominant system, we're kind of stuck with this time frame as well, right? So with the constraints of time. And so that becomes a bit of a caveat for us. We're not going to go ahead. Okay.
So Indigenous ally relationships. So I think that's an important part of our work and what we're investigating is this concept or this notion of allyship. What does that mean? And like Michelle said, unfortunately it comes from a war term, but it's like people working together, people from different sides working together for the common cause and to see the completion and success of others. So one of the things or the strategies or approaches that I've used in Indigenous research is just coming together, having a yarn. Or what's come out of my PhD was, cup of tea time. We say cup of tea, come over for a cup of tea. And I've used that based on the narrative inquiry approach. And so bringing our ways, looking at our ways of doing research, our ways of collecting data, not as structured interviews or, however we do it. But I wanted to reflect on the way we do it at home. And I notice our mob, we don't say, come over for a yarn or come over for an interview. We say, come over for a cup of tea. And so I said, I'm going to use that. And around cup of tea time, we have, You know, storytelling, we have humour, we have jokes, we have sad times, we have gossip, you know, that happens. We have sing-alongs, hey, Uncle John? Yeah, during cup of tea time. And that's the time which is a rich environment for that we could use, we can draw on. See, this is where both ways comes from. This is part of my background, and it's because of my journey through Batchelor, I have the ability now to draw and reflect on our ways of doing things at home, and now bringing that into the research space, now bringing it into the teaching and learning space and making it our own. So it's not just a white fella way of doing research, but it's drawing on our ways. So cup of tea was something that emerged from my PhD, but it's really also looking at this allyship, working together, working with our colleagues from overseas, non-Indigenous and Indigenous people, teamwork, you know, co-designing, co-learning together. The whole thing of togetherness and working together is a theme that runs right through this project.
So when I first started working in this space, when I moved to Lethbridge, I had only planned to be there for 2 years. I obviously can't do math because I've been there for 30 years now. So it's to that power that I was showing you there. I got it wrong. But you know, I'm the coordinator of the Indigenous Student Success Program. It's a certificate now, but it was the First Nations Transition Program at the time. I was in chemistry for a number of years, and then I got seconded to teach chemistry in this program to Indigenous students. So I did, and I really struggled with how we were teaching and why we were teaching the way we were. And I had a lot of questions, but I am not Blackfoot, and I am not from that community. And the Blackfoot territory is the largest in Canada. And so I wasn't really sure what to do and how to go about doing that, how to ask questions. And so, you know, I met with my elder Narcissus Blood, who's a good friend of mine, and he said, well, it's 1,000 cups of coffee. And I'm like, oh, okay. And it literally is. Before I even did my PhD, I spent 10 years visiting in community, just learning what it's like to be in relationships, to talk, to visit, and to understand what the community itself wanted. And so it goes back to when I was a little girl. I must have talked a lot because I lived with my grandparents. My grandfather used to tell me, you know, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Use it in that ratio. And so I've learned that in my visits with community, and it's been a wonderful experience. And so I have to tell you this. So in Blackfoot territory where I am, the Crees, which is my heritage, they're historically enemies. And so when I was moving to Alberta, I was only going to be there, as I said, for just a very short period of time. And all my colleagues and friends were saying, oh, you know, like, aren't you scared? I didn't know anything about the history. I hadn't really ever studied it. No, I'll be fine. And honestly, it's been the best experience of my life, the kindest people you'll ever meet. But every time I go home, it's like, oh, because they used to count coup, and one of the ways they count a coup is to take your hair. So anyways, it's a good story, and I have a lot of fun with that. So the focus of our work, do you want to start with this? Oh, I can. Okay. So the focus on our work is understanding, is to really, we want to understand what Indigenous peoples, both in Canada, in my program, and at the University of Lethbridge and here, are experiencing. We want to try and understand that. So defining what their needs are, or what they see as important, what their experiences are, giving merit to their experiences, and work together to study. The story is so similar, and I think we can learn a lot from each other. I think Batchelor's ahead of us in Lethbridge, where I am, and Robin sometimes thinks we're further ahead. So I think it's about learning from each other, and I think we have a lot to learn. And so then perhaps we can co-create methods and measures, and maybe even programming that might work as we change things up as we move forward. And so again, just putting into practice that two-eyed seeing for both ways knowing. I'll start, and then I'll let Robin to take over. So as I said, I'm the coordinator of the Indigenous Student Success Cohort and associate professor at the University of Lethbridge. I teach in that program, and that program is now a certificate. as I said, and it's been around for, I think it's 14 years. I think we're on our 14th year. And it started off beside of a desk, underfunded, not funded. It took a break for a while, and then it became a bona fide program, and it's undergone many renditions. One of the things that we listened to the students when we did our academic quality assurance review, because it used to be for just once students got in, then they were in, they did this program, and then they went on into the program of their choice. But they didn't feel valued, and they didn't feel like their knowledge meant anything. And so, you know, in talking to the students and doing the quality assurance review, they said they wanted to be treated the same as any other students. They wanted their program graded, they wanted credit for it, and they wanted it to be a bona fide program. They wanted it to be treated exactly the same. They wanted to be a cohort within the larger institution, but they wanted to be treated as equals, so creating that balance. So that's what we did. And then just this year, we've now managed to get that converted to a certificate, a first-year university certificate, so that the students, if they decide 1 year is all they want, they can leave and they have something. Most of our students don't have their grade 12 when they come in, so they can leave with something that's a tangible piece that they can move forward with. If not, they can move into year 2 of whatever program they decide to go in. But they have to finish all of the core courses within that program, which is similar to the PTS, which is why we were interested in collaborating. That's shifted a bit, though.
Yeah. So I came into this project a bit later than everybody else, but originally it was working with the preparation for tertiary success course that was in collaboration with Charles Darwin University and Batchelor Institute. And quite a number of students graduated from that, and I understand that you know, there was a number that went on to higher education because that was the whole purpose, creating a pathway for success into higher education. That was the whole thinking behind that. But now we don't actually have that course, but we are also looking at other tertiary enabling course programs that have either been at Batchelor or CDU, where it created pathways. So some of the ones I remember from Batchelor are CESWI, the Certificate in Spoken and Written English, foundational skills, foundational studies, general studies. There were quite a number of those programs that looked at language literacy and numeracy. So we're really interested in the stories of students, graduates, lecturers, academics, support people who were involved in that process. So Michelle and I are around, we've been interviewing people and we've been tapping people on the shoulder and say, I know you were involved in that program, I know you were a student, I know you're a graduate. So just collecting stories this week and next week in Darwin and down here at Batchelor. So if you're interested in being interviewed either as a group or as an individual, just let Michelle or myself know. Thanks.
So what would you be interested about, or interviewed about, sorry. So the project spans 3 phases. So in the first phase, we're interested, we're doing what's called targeted sampling. So specifically asking people who have been in programs or who have been teaching in either the PTS or the FNTP or ISSC, if they'd be willing to be interviewed, so targeted sampling at that. So in phase 1 of the program of study, we're interviewing non-Indigenous and Indigenous educators who've taught within those programs, both in Canada and Australia, and also Indigenous students who are in those programs. What's their experience? And so we have a plethora of questions. We're essentially just asking you to tell your story. And then the second phase of this, which we're kind of blending them together because we're trying to get as many interviews in as we possibly can, is to look at once those students have moved out of those programs, what happens? You know, what's your experience? And so looking at, but also those educators who are non-Indigenous and Indigenous teaching in the broader post-secondary system, so the university, what's their experience? I know that as a non-Indigenous educator teaching in the post-secondary professoriate, for example, it's different than my experience in terms of lots of different things, and so we're interested in those. But those stories of those that are mandated because of the new indigenization initiatives to teach about Indigenous education, what are their experiences? And so we want to interview about that, and then also Indigenous students' experiences in mainstream, so once they leave. But we're also interested in students maybe who didn't go through those programs. Did they have negative or positive experiences? Was it harder for them? Did they drop out? And we see that in Canada in particular, so we're interested in those. And then in the third phase, we're interested in looking at the broader context of the institution. So those areas where indigenization is mandated but not accepted. So the sciences, for example. And I think about my own discipline, chemistry. You know, how are academics or instructors doing that? Are they? What's the pushback? Or if you have no Indigenous students, but you're mandated to have Indigenous curriculum, then what is your experience of that? So we're interested in that. That's later down the road, so we'll be asking. That's not this part here, but that's in a couple of years. So that's the broader institution. We think that'll take a little bit longer because I think it'll probably be hard to get people to talk and to share their stories. So then going back to this, let Robin finish up here.
Yeah, no, well, I think I've kind of said this, but yeah, just sharing our stories and experiences and giving people a voice. I think that's basically what that's saying. Stories are powerful, you know. You listen to a story rather than listen to a formal lecture or formal talk, but stories are really valuable, and it shares our experiences. All of this about capacity building and just putting people in the right direction. And it's not always about the student either. It's about us as lecturers and First Nations people learning and sharing together and becoming stronger together. So that's it for us. Thank you for listening.
Oh, yeah, I guess I should. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle and Dr. Robin. Does anybody have any questions for the two ladies before we move on? No? Okay. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Hayes Vandermeer, who will be presenting a paper on bridging cultures.
Very good to go. Thank you very much, and I would like to acknowledge, of course, the Kungagarakan and the Warai people of this country, and I pay particular respects to elders past, present and emerging, of course. I am a visitor to this place, not just a visitor, but I'm a guest in this country, and I'm very honoured to be here, and I appreciate the welcome that I've been given here. I just need to be honest and declare show my cards properly. I am from Denmark. I come from the country where Lego comes from. So in many ways, I feel I grew up in Legoland, which I kind of did. It's part of the blood and part of what I've stepped on when the kids were young. Very painful. But Lego is a fantastic product, there's no doubt. And I'm so pleased to see that there's actually a corporate, big world player who's putting money into good things, you know? And there's no real payback, because it's not a question of getting Indigenous kids in cultures buying more Lego. It's actually a good thing that they're doing. Now, we just need to get the countries right, yeah? We know Australia. I'm from Denmark, which is on the other side of the world, Scandinavia. But there's a country up there called Finland, and that is what we're going to look at. Now, I've been there many times as a visitor, and once I walked through this beautiful park. And it's freezing cold. Like here we have some 30 degrees plus warm. There, it could easily go 30 degrees below. Now that is cold. I'm walking through this park trying to find my way, And underneath me is this very, very slippery layer of ice. The snow is flocking into my eyes, so I can't quite see where I'm going. So you can imagine, walking with your eyes half closed on slippery ice is not going to end well. So of course, I fall over, but as I brace myself, I stand up. I didn't break a bone, remarkably, but I see this handprint that I have left. And I make a connection between Finland and First Nations cultures. Happy birthday. 50 is a remarkable year. It's a fantastic milestone in one's life. Ironically, and incidentally, up in Finland, they're celebrating a 50th anniversary as well, because it is 50 years ago that the Finnish government introduced some really earth-shattering educational reforms. It didn't take long, and the results started to show. As you may know, in the early 2000s, Finnish students started topping all of the international data gathering forums, like the Pearls, the TIMS, the PISAs. And they didn't do it just once, but again and again. Academics around the world, educational wise people, started looking at Finland and using Finland as a role model and saying that what happens in Finland in terms of education is world's best practice. Little did they know. In 2019, I became a Sir Patrick's Research Fellow, which gave me the opportunity to involve myself a little bit deeper into traditional First Nations pedagogies. I also had the opportunity to go back to Finland and study at a university, Jyväskylän yliopisto, which is a Finnish top university up there, and understand more of how Finland and Finnish education works. This culminated in a $75,000 75,000 word, if only 75,000 word unpublished academic paper, and we shall look at some of the observations that came out of that paper today. I'm also looking at a PhD, so if we have any interested First Nations academics who would like to co-write something here at Batchelor, perhaps, I think we should talk. In other countries, First Nations pedagogies have long been recognised. In Canada, we know that it has been publicly acknowledged that First Nations pedagogies are unique and highly valuable. But what if First Nations pedagogies, Australian First Nations pedagogies, are worth more than just acknowledgement and perhaps celebration? What if First Nations pedagogies, traditional First Nations pedagogies, are actually as good as, and perhaps more sophisticated than, what academics call world best practice? That would mean that Vygotsky, Dewar, and Piaget and all the other academic thinkers actually never really discovered or came up with anything new. They merely, perhaps unbeknownst to them, put to paper what Australia's First Nations cultures had been doing for millennia. Elders got it right all along. When we look at it that way, we need to look at First Nations pedagogies as being the benchmark. The methodology that others can aspire to, look up to, and be measured up against. That's where it belongs, and that's where it deservedly is. Although the countries are far apart, for Finland and these First Nations countries that we're in at the moment, not only in kilometres, but also in temperatures, and in many other ways, there are many parallel concepts when it comes to educational pedagogy. And as you'll see, land and language is woven through this. They have much in common. There are also, of course, obviously natural differences in terms of robotics and IT and AI and so forth, but there are so many commonalities that we can't talk about them all. So we're going to have a look at 5 of the most important commonalities that make them stand out, both systems, as world's best practice. If you notice something that is a little, perhaps, absent in mainstream schools, well, that shows you who's ahead of the game. Cultures that focus on learning. It means that the people who live in those cultures, look at every experience as an opportunity to learn. And when you actively seek knowledge, you automatically become intrinsically motivated. And there's nothing in learning that's better than being intrinsically motivated. That means that learning becomes the cultural norm and not an exception. Let us look at First Nations. We know that First Nations, you know that First Nations people all live in a university. Not only are we in a soon-to-be university, but First Nations people live in a university. And of course, storytelling and play are really important parts of that. Stories talk about everything, talk about life and how to live, culture, and they're always much deeper and much bigger than the story itself. And that's where curiosity is built, because when you listen to the stories, you want to maybe second guess, or you want to find out. You're curious as to what comes next, and you want to unravel all the deeper layers of those stories. And that builds curiosity. Very important for living in a culture which is focused on learning. Now, when it comes to play, we know that play develops, not just, we know, Lego knows that play develops the brain in really positive, really good pathways. Dr. Shonkoff from Harvard University says it very clearly. Although to Western nations, this is a fairly recent discovery. Play-based learning is fundamental. But First Nations cultures have known this since before time. So it is well known. Now, in First Nations cultures, for a First Nations culture to be a focus on learning means that everybody is not only a learner, but also a teacher. And it's not in a specific time frame, but forever learner. As Robin Heckendorf said, learning is always. As you know, Kakadu man, old Bill, who I was very fortunate to spend some time with in, I think it was 1986, he said it so beautifully that living and learning are synonymous. Now let's try and catapult ourselves for a quick step up to Finland and see how they measure up to this. Not too badly. Finnish government has prioritised education since the 1970s, really, and put into law that every child has a right to free, good quality education, no matter social background or financial situation. Now, when I walk around Finnish classrooms and I talk to teachers there, everybody talks about storytelling. Johanna Heimelän, who is a primary teacher at a school just out of Helsinki, the capital in Finland, said put it all together in one and says, storytelling is every day. Never would she go through a day without storytelling. Do we see the parallels? In terms of play, the Finnish know what Indigenous First Nations people know, and Lego knows, that play is important. Because when children play, they work like researchers, come up with new ideas, explore, and try out theories. Then they work together, overcome hurdles, and collaboratively make this activity, this game work. And that is a hugely beneficial skill for future, but for learning throughout their learning journeys. And in fact, the Finnish government has clearly said that play-based learning is essential, as important as free and good quality education. Now, the focus on learning benefits the kids, of course. There's no doubt about that. But it also benefits the whole community. The whole Finnish society is involved in further education. Two-thirds of Finnish adults are engaged with further education. Now, that is the highest number within the OECD. It's not higher than traditional First Nations learning, which is forever. The benefit is circular, because once adults are involved in education, the children sit at home and see their parents study, work, discuss things, submit papers or whatever, and thereby the children live in a culture of learning, so it is the norm rather than the exception, which is, how can you argue with that? There is an increasing body of evidence that relationality is not just important for learning, but it is in fact the key to learning. Like, we know the saying that it's the teacher, not the subject, that matters. And And so while other systems are still sort of struggling with that whole concept, First Nations and Finnish educators know that, and have implemented that, the importance of that, but also know that it goes far deeper than that, far deeper than the relationship just between educator and learner. As this elder says, nothing exists outside of relationships. Between humans, with or between other beings, with as country, everything comes into being together. And that's a sentiment of the importance of relationality. When learning is something that doesn't occur in a particular place or in a particular time slot, well then learning is not some kind of artificial construct. It becomes everyday and very highly relevant. And there too has to be added that every First Nations person knows that if one doesn't learn, the whole community could potentially be suffering in some way or other. Let's catapult ourselves back up to Finland and have a look at. In Finland, there is a tremendously strong relationship between learner and educator, because the teachers teach the students as equal, on the basis of equal dignity. Not simply looking at students as academic beings, but as human beings, which brings in, of course, a strong sense of holistic education. When I walk through a Finnish staff room, I see how everybody takes responsibility for the education, because when you walk through a Finnish staff room, you see the staff and they're talking not about my students or your students, they're all talking about our students. So that indicates that people take responsibility, shared responsibility for education. When it comes to learning from country, it is of course a little difficult in that in winter it is so cold. Nevertheless, there's an active policy of students have to get outside. In the younger years, they have to go on little excursions every day. And there are very well developed concepts of nature kindergartens, which you may have heard of, but they actually bus the kids from the main cities, some collection points, and then take them out into country. And they spent the whole day outside. Cold or not, but they spent the whole day learning in country. The thing about how Indigenous people, First Nations people know that the importance of everybody learning, the Finns have taken that and put that into active policy by having a policy of no dead ends. So they will not allow anyone to suffer, anyone to fall behind, or anyone to drop out. Like if a student in a mainstream school finds it difficult, suffers in some way, or is challenged in some way, that they'll drop out, and it's almost impossible to get back in, right? It's like in Finland, it's like there's like a rubber band around the student and the educational institution. They can always come back. There's always something drawing them back into the educational institution. They can drop out for a time, but there are pathways to come back in. You see how the similarities of these two systems are quite interesting. 2,300 or so years ago, our friend Plato said, the main function of education is not to put knowledge into the soul, but to bring out the latent talents of the soul. First Nations people have known this forever. The Finns worked it out 50 years ago, and other countries are sort of coming to grips with that now. Like the Dutch and the Netherlands did not put the word into any draft policy papers until 2019. So fostering the individual's talent is a fundamentally important part of education, isn't it? Mrs. Lester, a First Nations scholar, says it so beautifully. Day by day, we watched our babies to see what they were able to contribute in this world. This one, quick of eye, he'll be a good hunter. This one, reflective and perceptive, a good leader. So forever, fostering and developing the individual talent in First Nations has been the core of education. Now let's go to Finland. In the 1970s, the Finnish government put into the directives, and I shall quote, the overall goal of schooling was to support the child's holistic development and growth by focusing on, guess what? Talent and intelligence. A radical approach it was for the time, but they didn't just talk the talk. They put in place policies that would support the children, the students in that area. So every child was connected with an adult. And that adult had 3 responsibilities. 1, to support the student in their personal development, their journey of finding out who they are as a person, navigate the way through rituals and milestones of childhood, but focus on helping that person with their personal journey. 2, support the student in working out how to learn, and then navigating and supporting them in finding out which subjects they were most interested in, i.e. where do their talents, personal talents lie. And when you know, and when you're working with someone's personality and their talents, their interests, then the 3rd responsibility of that adult was to support them and guide them into some kind of career that would suit their individual personality and talents. Brilliance right there. But with the benefit of looking at and supporting each individual's talents is also that everybody works out that these different people are good at different things, but they understand that only together can they make the whole system work. Trust and a culture that's permeated by trust is a very fertile ground for learning, because we know that the students get involved and they stay interested, they stay out of trouble, and they exceed our expectations. I think we all will know that. Because it is a fact that educators who believe in students make students believe in themselves. As the First Nations mother, Queensland First Nations mother said, this is the thing. We aren't always wrapping them in cotton wool. We let them go a bit. They have to learn. Powerful, because what that does is, of course, instigate a strong sense of self-responsibility. Because the child thinks, well, when mum trusts me to do this, this and this, well then I better not let her down. In Finland, the whole system is based on collaboration and trust. Trust between government and school and parents, student and educator. It's a whole gambit of trust. I've seen a playground where there's a big platform that goes right down to the water in the harbour in Helsinki. Now, there's no fence. The kids can go down and play. I'm not sure I could go down and play because in winter it does get rather slippery and I would plonk in the water. But the Finnish educators think this is important. Why? Because they know that it's not possible for a child to develop trustworthiness unless they're given the opportunity to do so. So, of course, the Finnish society has plenty of rules, driving on the side of the road and also pay tax and so forth. But within the classroom, you don't see notes of the rules of this classroom. Why? Because plastering the rules of the classroom on the wall essentially means that they are needed. And that's kind of like being charged guilty without having done anything. So it is based on trust and an atmosphere where people are believed in. There is a pedagogical discussion, as you will know, about what's better, teacher-oriented or student-focused approach. You know, that swings from time to time depending on, trends and fads and government agendas. But however, from a First Nations and a Finnish point of view, this discussion is rather inconsequential because, as we've heard so many times today and yesterday, the focus of learning is reciprocal. It's going on a learning journey together, finding out things together. And we know from many speakers today and yesterday that learning is forever and everybody is a teacher. So when we can quote a Yolngu elder who says that teaching is built on explicit understandings of reciprocity, as expressed by the Yolngu phrase of bala lili. And bala lili means giving and getting something back. So thank you for allowing me to quote that. That means very much in doing things together. Some call them yarning circles, sitting together and talking about issues and finding out what is the problem here, how do we deal with this and so forth. Let's go to Finland. They do exactly the same. They haven't done it for millennia or since before time, but for 50 years. They just don't call it yarning circles, they call it phenomenon-based learning. The student brings a problem, the teacher, someone outside brings a situation to the table, and they discuss, well, why do we need to deal with this? What is important here? How do we deal with it? Who does what? And so forth. Well, that in itself gives the student agency. And so the teacher and the student become co-learners on a reciprocal and joint learning journey. Phenomenal. So finding out together supports curiosity, builds self-esteem, and encourages intrinsic motivation. Very fertile elements for fostering a love of lifelong learning. So as you can see, there are lots of parallels between the two systems. And if anyone is interested in looking further into that space, I think there's probably a PhD in that. And we can continue on some kind of research journey. But first and foremost, congratulations to every First Nations elder, because you got it right all along. No. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Marie Alice, who will be presenting a paper on Lego Lever for Change Foundation Program. Is that? Oh, you're not? Okay. I don't know. Sorry guys, there is afternoon tea, like a cake out there while I just find Catherine. Sorry about that. But yeah, enjoy the cake and we'll come back in 15. Could I get everyone to take their seats and we'll get started. I would now like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Mahesh White from AATSIS, who will be presenting a paper on yet to be confirmed. Is he here? Is he up there? Yep, up there.
Send you one today when I get back.
Hello there, are you all able to hear us?
We're still just setting it out. Hang on, wait. Why can't I get the sound coming out through here?
I don't know. Why, is it an HDMI? Doesn't
Yep.
the sound come through HDMI? Is it the... I don't know. Where's the TV? What's that top output device? Speakers? Are they? We take audio.
Get him to say something else so we can hear you.
Let's do audio drive. The TV volume itself up? It's up before.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. Since you put the splitter in, it's... Can we take the splitter out? TV?
Yeah, I don't know how it's rigged up.
So it's going in through the splitter.
Oh, right.
So I just want to go straight to the TV from the...
Yeah.
So we just pull out our end. That end, yeah. Straight into here.
leave it in front of you. I'll drop them at the airport. And then you drop you to the and then just bring it back down if needed. Oh yeah, well done. Yes. But there'll be someone on the
It's no Wi-Fi. It's not ticking my phone. What's wrong?
Yeah, I know. Freaking connecting. Didn't come on.
We're going to have to say we just can't do it.
Yeah, does look like it.
Unless we run it through a laptop, which is just not ideal with a room this big. So
Well, laptop's not even picking up the Wi-Fi.
I'm being blocked by this TV or something. Is the modem
In the laptop. Connected.
connected?
Reload the page.
we don't really have any microphones.
Nah, it's only gonna come through that.
We're calling it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you an email.
That'll come
Hello there. Are you able to hear?
on. Not really well.
We just didn't have the room set up for Teams,
No.
so we don't have like amplification other than the microphone at the front.
Can't get it coming out through here.
I could bring the microphone over to the laptop so that the room can be but
We might. Hi. So,
If you stand in front of the camera, I can actually see you. Keep going.
hi. We might kick on and then muck around for a minute.
Okay, are you able to hear us though?
We haven't got the room set up for Teams, so we've kind of got the room set up for a speaker at the front. So,
No problem.
Can you
That's
hear at the
fine.
back?
Happy for you to.
Maybe bring everybody forward.
Yeah. That's a lot to ask of everyone. It's only if everyone's happy to do that, but like I think if you've already got other things lined up, then
yeah, maybe we'll
yeah.
we'll push on and then. But we would love to add it to the YouTube page.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that another time.
Okay.
The main, I don't know if anyone can hear, but I think the main purpose of us wanting to kind of give a presentation was just so that we can kind of introduce ourselves and meet everyone. And Alex and I are actually coming to Darwin.
Great.
And we're going to be at the gala event on Saturday. So for anyone that's coming there, they can do that. They can come and meet us there. And if anyone wants to reach out to us, Nicola has a contact.
Well, would you like to have 10 minutes at the gala event to say hello and to talk about... Certainly, like Batchelor and IATIS are working really closely together. We went over there to you guys down in Canberra, so, I mean, that might be an easier option if you're going to be here in person.
It could be. Look, we'll just need to check it from our end, but I can absolutely confirm. What was your name?
My name's Catherine.
Hi, Catherine.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. And what's the best way to contact you?
Nikki can do all the liaison. I'm making promises I can't necessarily keep, but
Yeah.
I can probably wrangle it, and then you can speak to us in person.
ahead with him. Now I'd like to welcome our final keynote speaker for today, Professor Dr. Catherine Gilby.
Okay, Brian's just going to get that playing. It's unfortunate that we couldn't have our kind of partner organisations presenting, but now they're going to present at the gala dinner, which is good, because they'll be here in person. And certainly when we went over to Canberra, the work that Batchelor and IATSIS are doing are, symbiotically connected. So it's really important. Thank you all so much for coming. It's been like a big 2 days. I'm sad that our first CEO, our first director, John Ingram, had to leave, but I'm stoked that he came. I'm stoked that Rob McCormack came, and presented on how Batchelor influenced him and how he has influenced Batchelor, and I hope he leaves knowing that. I'm so stoked that Professor Heckenberg got to share her recollections of Batchelor when there were phone messages left on a wall, not text messages left on a screen. And so that was, it's always good to see the profound influence and impact we have. And then we have our current students, our cultural ambassador, Mr. Wop, Pat Torres, talking about the language movement and the language programs that we're doing are really, really impactful on the body politic as a whole. And then we have our alumni, Joyce, coming in today and just showing us what transformative education actually means, what it means to participate in an educational process where both leave strengthened, and that the native title Winnovagari, the Batchelor language. I also want to dedicate this whole symposium to Jeannie Bell. And I just want to tell a quick story first. So Jeannie was one of the first Aboriginal linguists, and she was instrumental in getting language programs rolled out in the 80s at IAD in Central Australia. She's a legend. Her and Gavin Breen, at ANU, then she came here, she worked here. Students would come from all over the country, literally all over the country, to come and study linguistics, a linguistics degree at Batchelor, because of her. I was talking with Glenys earlier, and she said, Jeannie gave me my first job. And I was like, when you sang that song, because of her we can, quite literally. This whole presentation is going to be a little bit about the shoulders of the giants that we walk on as we stand here 50 years old. From 1974 to 2024, here we are. And we know what we do is exceptional. And we know what we do can't be reproduced or replicated in other places. They try it, but they can't do it because they're not us. We'll go, oh, hold on, just here. We've been here for a very long time before that mob came, Mr. Lingiari. And then the other quote is, respect for non-Western traditions is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Mr. Vine Deloria in America. Respect for non-Western traditions is exceedingly difficult to achieve, and we do it. That is the dilemma, that is the polemic that we exist within. Within a whole Western academy that just doesn't want to recognise that there is a whole nother knowledge system, and we stand there. Let's go to the next slide. Oh, no.
On the other side of the but not here.
We believe ourselves to be unique because we were created by but not for. What does that even mean? We were created by, in 1974, non-Aboriginal people, but not for non-Aboriginal people. So we literally sit outside of what is the Western Academy. The Western Academy, everybody else is fighting for recognition within this very big Western system. That, so we don't have to have that fight because we're us. We were created for us. So we already sit differently. So we don't believe ourselves to be unique. We are unique within the Western academic model and within the Western academic system. Diongo, this is an important one and I'm going to come back to it. Diongo says, I do this one a lot. In his book, Decolonising the Mind, The Politics of Language in African Literature, says, but the biggest weapon wielded and actually daily unleashed by imperialism against collective defiance is the cultural bomb. And the effect of the cultural bomb is to annihilate a people's belief in their names, in their languages, in their environment, in their heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities, and ultimately in themselves. It makes them see their past as one wasteland of non-achievement, and it makes them want to distance themselves from that wasteland. Diongo writes this coming out of Africa around the use of English in African literature. But it applies just as much here. The cultural bomb is dropped on us daily. The cultural bomb is used to create so that we think that we live in this negative environment, but it's just not true. Because listen to how and when the cultural bomb is dropped. In the face of collective defiance. We must never forget that we exist within deep knowledge systems that are alive and vibrant and breathing life into our practice. We are all blessed to have real eldership in our lives. Our two adjuncts here. Pat isn't here, but look at the level of eldership that informs our practice every day at Batchelor. We abide by and listen to and are guided by elders both living and ancestors. And we all stand as resistance to negative racist narratives. How do we stand as resistance? We stand through our strength, through our pride, and through our excellence. And we stand by being good practitioners of old practices. Our strength, our pride, and our excellence. And we demonstrate that in this last 2 days. We demonstrate that every single time we graduate a PhD or a master's or a person coming out of the linguistics program or a person coming out of the graduate diploma in education administration. This is a painting that my grandmother did. It's up on Blotterwatch. Blotterwatch means split hoof, moving sands. So when the cloven-hoofed animals came, they changed the way that the dirt behaved, the sand behaved. So this painting moves as the light hits it. It's a classic example of Indigenous knowledges being represented through something other than text. When I say that we stand on the footsteps of giants, I mean it. The push that we have, and I'm going to talk about our desire and our striving to be the first First Nations university, that didn't come from me. That doesn't come from me. That's not driven by me. It's not driven by current leadership. Mr. Jukura presented to council, and you heard it in the Batchelor statement. He said, we need to have a black university and it has to be informed by black philosophy. And Arnie Rose, she's like, I can't see it. I can't see what you're talking about. And then she said, he talked to the room and the fire that he had within him became infectious across all of council. And council at that stage could see that there is a place, there is a time, there is a space in the future where Batchelor will become the first First Nations university. And I'm here to tell you, it's not that far away. Look at them. This is the turning of the soil at the DPC. This is our leadership here too. Veronica. We can't forget our first Aboriginal director, Veronica Arbon. We all learn about ourselves by the way that others behave towards us. Everyone. It just is the way. So when people are nice to you, you're nice in return. When people are nasty to you and constantly negative, you kind of get a negative sense of yourself. We are constituted by these discursive interactions, and we naturally identify and don't identify with people who share our stories, where we have a similarity of shared experience. Michelle, we see you. When you say two-eyed seeing, we say both ways. We see you because we know you, because we know your experience and you know our experience. And this is why international Indigenous collaborations are so important, because we are all strengthened when we know that we're not alone. That ours is not a unique struggle, this is a struggle against global colonialism as well. And then Leslie Marmon Silko, she says, I will tell you something about stories. They aren't just entertainment. Don't be fooled. So the slide before, we naturally identify with people who have shared stories, similar histories, similar understandings. And this is how we get a sense of ourselves. Then Leslie Marmon Silko says, they aren't just entertainment, don't be fooled. They are all we have, you see, all we have to fight off illness and death. She writes this in her book, Ceremony. And then the next bit is Teo cried with relief when he rubbed his belly and realised the stories were still there. The stories that we've heard over the last 2 days, the stories that we've shared around the rec hall, in this room, generally, the stories that we're going to share even broader on YouTube, they're not just entertainment. The stories that we've shared internationally, Marie and I talked about our project. This is how we fight off illness and death, by having stories that we share collectively so that we can all see each other. So Pat, your Jugan knowledge systems, we've been talking about that with our under curriculum adaptations. So I'm building up to a point here. It is not forever, but it is for just right now that we in the graduate school, particularly, and the Institute as a whole, go, we are enough. We no longer accept that there is a narrative about our deficiencies. We no longer accept that we have to engage with theorists that sit outside of our worldview, that sit outside of our discursive interactions with text, with movies, with songs, with stories. We are enough. And so we engage with First Nations knowledge in a way, and First Nations theorists, and we behave in a deeply First Nations way. And I recognised you before, Pat, but I'll do it again. And Joe and David and Renee, our leadership, our eldership, it marks us. It makes us who we are. And we are enough. Doesn't mean we're not striving to be better, and I'll get to that. But for right now, I flatly refuse to accept any of the negative narrative that surrounds Batchelor Institute. Hope and laughter, strength and resilience, they're never discussed. They're never talked about except in forums like this. Which is why I'm a bit disappointed that this forum isn't going. I want all the people that want to run their mouths, come and listen to the strength of the stories that came out of these 2 days, because they will be jaw down. And pride is never encouraged. Pride in our culture, in our families, in our ancestors, and in our knowledge systems. In knowing the land and the sky and the stars and the waterways in these beautifully, beautifully intimate, detailed ways. In knowing how to go slow and to be silent. Pride in our culture and ourselves, and that's what Batchelor Institute instills in our students. It's how we make them feel, and in return, it's how they make us feel. I say to my students all the time, and I'll say to you right now, enjoy the beautiful country that you're standing on. And Warai country has great strength, has held us for 50 years, will hold us for another 50 more, has seen us be safe and successful. Stand in the beautiful country you are standing on. Enjoy it. Reflect on the past, on its history, and marvel at the creators and the perfection of land and people, and wonder at the beauty. Reflect on the ancestors and the old people who were the first people. Now think about your research, your work, your practice, your language dictionaries, Puram language nest, two-eyed seeing. Think about all of that as part of a continuum of knowledge sharing that goes back to the beginning of time, and think about what knowledge it is that you're sharing. Because there is a storm coming, and it's a beautiful desert storm. Watch it roll in. Batchelor Institute and all who work here, and all people who believe in the transformative power of education to change lives. We can and we will do better because we must. Because our work is not done. We are enough, and I reject those narratives, but our work is not done. We've got to become the First Nations University. We've got to become better because we must, because the material conditions of our lives and our communities' lives depend on it. Remember that second slide? Around the collective defiance? What do they do when there's collective defiance? They drop the cultural bomb that makes you question yourself, your culture, your everything about you. Your background is one wasteland. It's a tool and it's a trick. We'll go back to Thiongo, and he says the cultural bomb is only dropped in collective defiance, and we, my friends, are the collective defiance. This powerful mode of education, this powerful institution of education, is the collective defiance that stands against imperialism as it tries to roll in again and again. We are the storm. We are the solution to the negative narrative. We, Batchelor Institute, get to take a moment to celebrate 50 years, but we must never forget just how important we are in the lives of past students, past staff, present staff, and the body politic of Australia as a whole. I'm not going to go into the negative slide, but I am going to say, my auntie, Rosalie Kunoth-Monks, when she talks at funerals, I'm so tired, I'm so sorry. At graduations, there was this wonderful graduation in Alice Springs, and we had maybe like 50 graduates all lined up, and environmental health they were coming out of, health proper, ed support, construction. Do you know, we had this, you go, wow, look at the contribution that we're making, like these ranges. And she walked up and she said, sometimes she used to make me sit with her, every time she had a big important speech, her and I would be laying on the bed together typing up ideas, and she never ever did it. She never ever followed it. She'd follow the first line, and then she'd just speak from the heart. So you never actually knew what was going to come out, but she had an incredible ability to read the room. And what she said is, within the security of our culture, go out and glean knowledges from the world, but never forget who you are and where you come from. We are sovereign people of this country. Please remember that always. You are not a second-class citizen. And that does not mean that we get up and be carbon copies of the second culture, the white man's culture. We have been made to feel that we have to become like the white man to achieve anything. Cultural bomb. We have a culture that spans for thousands of years, and it's so inclusive that we do not have homes for children that are orphans because mothers are many. And we do not have homes for old people that are discarded because they are always incorporated within the clan group. So knowing all of this, which is still in practice, we should never be in a hurry to leave our cultural practices behind and chase something that separates us from each other. And she said this, just as she said, go from the safety of Batchelor Institute out into the world. This is what she was saying to them. Go from the safety of Batchelor Institute out into the world and use the skills and knowledge that you've learnt here. But I never forget this, because this is who we are. I'm going to conclude this whole symposium. With that as our final statement, I'm going to thank you all so much for coming, for participating.
Thank you so much for that, Catherine. And just on behalf of my family and me, I would like to thank you all for coming and being so respectful on our land. I hope you enjoyed being here as much as we enjoyed having you. I will now just call up a few of the guest speakers that... Yep. Annie Pat, can you please come up and just hand out the gift bags, please? Thank you. Joyce? Yep, hand it to me. Kathy? Yao Mei? Okay, well, Leon, Michelle, Robin, Marie, and Hayes.
They want a photo.
Oh, Candace.
Do you want to get them in front of? Yeah, in front of the podium.
Oh, in front.
Yeah, so you blocked us out. I was in the center the whole time, so.
You should be in the centre.
No, thank you.
Huh?
Before anyone leaves, could we get everybody that attended today up the front so we can get one group photo? Thanks.
They got and everybody likes to. What about this one here?
Queensland supporters over that side.
This is Queensland side. Yeah.